Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's having a Tawab Shabbat. Shout out Kel Cobb, teaching in Guatemala, LA Judah. Shalom ISBHPK Houston, ISBHPK Rochester, ISBHPK Norfolk, Virginia. Hope y'all doing good today. We're going to get started real soon with our class. I was going to say, any questions and comments, we can kind of reserve it for after we send our prayers up. So, without further ado, Amajim, Wapanya, Yerushalayim. That's just us. Just us. For now. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'ala. Nothing to know. A war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'ala. Nothing to know. Rayach. Nayach Chacham. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Ha'ala. Sorry. Nothing to know. Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyam, Ahoya, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Jehovah, Aisha, Shemaiah, Arataza, La'ab, Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yara'ab, Nawam, Sheshemoyah, Hana, Yara'ab, Nawam, Wara'ab, Yeshua, Sheshawamah, Yachirah, Yehovah, Shemaiah, Yehovah, Tazaria, Ayo, Yanyamyah, Yad, Hashemaz, Yara'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wara'ah, Harabana, Barayara, Yehovah, Yashemaiah, Hakol, Right, Yashemaiah, Napasha, Yehovah, Yashemaiah, Avalakya, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Aman.
Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yashala shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy spirit. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out, and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Amen.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharah, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad. Shema Yasharah, Yehovah, Eloheinu, Yehovah, Echad.
In English, Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemaiah, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yehovah, Barak Wafah, Zava'ah, Ratizaka, Hayah, Aisha, Arataza, Kawah, Hayah, Shemaiah, Yathamanoah, Yachol, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachana, Chewathina, Kasalachana, Chewathina, Wala'ah, Tabia. I know. What is that word? Abu. Hoshana. Mayan.
Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this matter, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka. Alahaya. Achaya. Ayo. Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a.
Ta'ina.
Laka. Basar. La'ibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a. Talachwacha. Sham. Yahweh. Bashua.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Zakor. Hashabah. La
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Abaka. Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'a. Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a. Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'a. Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'a. Tha'ina. Shakor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
La'a. Thachamat. Ko. Asherah. Lama'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Baruch Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Okay, Israel, Yeshabim.
Everybody sit.
Okay. So, what we're going to be going over today is 2 Kings chapter 17. And in going over that class, or this chapter, it really goes into detail about the absolute fall of the northern kingdom. Over the last few weeks, we've been kind of hinting at the fact that the fall was imminent. Whether it was infighting last week between the northern kingdom and Judah, whether it was the initial prosperity through King Jeroboam II, and then after that the eroding away of their positioning by Tiglath-Pileser. Remember we read about Tiglath-Pileser II taking out Gad, Reuben, and the half tribe of Manasseh east of Jordan and sending them to Assyria already, and taking out small cities and camps of Israelites up north, near Dan and parts of Naphtali. And we started seeing that the erosion of the entire northern kingdom was imminent. This chapter we're going to get into the finality of things. We read about Pekah. Pekah was wilding out with the southern kingdom. They were trying to sit back and put a new government in to take out Ahab and David's lineage. And that was when the Moses said, enough's enough.
I'm done.
I'm done with these guys. They got to get wiped out. You're trying to take out the Davidic lineage, which in turn is going to be taking out Christ. So at that point, the Most High was like, enough's enough. Pekah and these fools got to go out. So now we're sitting back here, and Hoshea was the successor. That matter of fact, he wasn't a successor. He ended up taking out Pekah and killing Pekah in an assassination attempt. And now Hoshea is the leader of Israel. So what we're going to do now is get into 2 Kings chapter 17 and start seeing how everything fell apart and what happened to a lot of the 9.5 tribes after they were dispersed to the Assyrian kingdom. We read earlier in the last chapters in 2 Kings that the 9 that had tribes were already being sent to the Assyrian lands. That was how the Assyrians did things. To cripple a country, you would take a large populace, take them out of their homeland, and send them to different cities and areas where they can kind of like keep control and monitor them at a different level. Before this, you would keep them as vassals. I guess that was the era and how they did things. You were a vassal initially, so they can tax you and tax your country. And then once you show that you was going to get out of line and not be a vassal, they would just take you out of your country and bring other people into your country. And that's how they kept control of the people. Just, I would imagine they were trying to sit back and keep everybody off balance, off center. If I keep people and put them in different cities, I can keep a better control of them for a longer period of time. I guess that's the thing.
The same way they deal with as far as black.
Salam everybody online. I'm sorry.
Moving black folks out of their neighborhood, you keep in a constant state of destabilization.
Got it. And that's what they were doing. They were destabilizing the people. So now we're here. Now we're going to sit back here and start off this class. 2 Kings chapter 17 verse 1. Karai, let's get started.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah,
Karai, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah, Imagine. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Gatam.
Shbatah. Alrighty. Let's do 2 Kings chapter 17 verse 1 and verse 2.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 17 verse 1 through 2. In the 12th year of Ahaz, king of Judah.
Now listen, we're going to read about Ahaz. Ahaz was only in power for 16 years. So this is towards the tail end of Ahaz's kingdom, which was the southern kingdom of Judah. So in the 12th year of Ahaz, Hoshea, read on.
The son of Elah to reign in Samaria over Israel 9 years.
So Hoshea reigned for 9 years. Read on.
And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him.
Now this verse, I want to take some time to explain this, because this kind of shows the Most High how he judges men. So this verse said, he did that which was evil in the sight of the Lord, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him. It doesn't go into specifics. Why though? What made this guy a little bit worse than the other guys that were of the northern kingdom of Israel? Well, when you sit back here, what we're going to have to explain this reasoning that the Most High said that Hoshea was wicked, but he wasn't as wicked as the other kings, we're going to have to go to 2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 1 through 15. Because I'm going to take this time to deviate just a little bit, because it's important on a historical level to read this, but also it lets a person know how the Most High thinks, and how the Most High just isn't about just, oh, you're wicked and you're righteous, you're evil and you're good. The Most High judges people in varying degrees of evil and good, varying degrees of wickedness and righteousness. And I think this chapter kind of explains it. So now we're trying to find out why is Hoshea not as bad as all the other previous kings of his era. Who's got that? Cry, you got it, right?
Yeah.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 verse 1 through 15. And what we're going to do, just read it and I'll explain it.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 30 verses 1 through 15. And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Judah, and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Most High at Jerusalem, to keep the Passover unto the Most High power of Israel.
What we're going to go into this chapter probably in 3 weeks with more detail. But it was a reason I said that Hoshea reigned for 9 years, right? But they said when Hoshea reigned in the northern kingdom, Ahaz was in his 12th year. Now, I also said that Ahaz stayed in power for 16 years. I said that, right? That means when Ahaz died, Hoshea was in his 4th year of ruling. Okay, that's important because when Hoshea was in his 4th year of rulership, Ahaz's son took the reins. And Ahaz's son was Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, one of the greatest kings of Israel's history. And what Hezekiah did was make significant reformations in how the Jews served the Heavenly Father. The last thing we read about Ahab, that nigga closed the doors of the temple. Remember? He said, ain't no Bible being taught out here. Ain't nobody reading nothing scriptural. We're gonna sit back here. He put an Assyrian altar to replace the brazen altar. He changed a lot of the temple items on the outside and put idolatrous items on the outside. On top of the fact that he didn't permit the Levites to do their job for the Most High. But when Hezekiah, his son, came into power, he reformed and changed all of it and brought the southern kingdom back into serving the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart. Like I said, we'll go on to King Hezekiah in a few weeks. I'm only going here to explain that part of Hezekiah's reformations was about establishing an open invitation to the northern kingdom to come back and celebrate the Passover with the southern kingdom as unified tribes, as a unified nation. That hadn't happened since the time of who? Solomon. When Solomon was in power, Israel was unified. Rehoboam came in and started wilding out. As soon as Rehoboam took office, the split happened. So that means the last time Israel was unified and actually came and served the Most High as a unit was during the time of Solomon. So now we're here. Hezekiah is extending out the olive branch to Ephraim, Manasseh, the northern tribes. So now read verse 1 again.
Con. 2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 1. And Hezekiah sent to all Israel and Judah and wrote letters also to Ephraim and Manasseh, that they should come to the house of the Most High at Jerusalem to keep the Passover unto the Most High power of Israel. For the king had taken counsel, and his princes and all the congregation in Jerusalem to keep the Passover in the 2nd month.
So listen, what they had to do, the king had taken counsel and his princes and all the congregation in Jerusalem to keep the Passover the 2nd month. They had to sit back here and buy themselves time and have the Passover the 2nd month to get everybody consecrated and to make sure the priests were prepared for the ceremony. Okay, read on.
Verse 3. For they could not keep it at that time, because the priests had not sanctified themselves sufficiently, neither had the people gathered themselves together to Jerusalem.
So this was also another reason why the second Passover at that time was necessary. Nobody was really ready. The king came into power. He had a lot of reformations to do. He had to make sure the priests were sanctified. There was a lot of work necessary, so they couldn't do the Passover on the regular scheduled time. So they did it on the 2nd month, which is also authorized by the Most High. Read on.
Verse 4. And the thing pleased the king and all the congregation. So they established a decree to make proclamation throughout all Israel, from Beersheba even to Dan.
Beersheba is the most southern part of Israel. Dan was the most northern part of Israel. Read on.
That they should come to keep the Passover unto the Most High power of Israel at Jerusalem. For they had not done it of a long time, in such sort as it was written.
So they said it hadn't been done for a long time, and we know it was since Solomon. Now, once again, the question goes back into what does this got to do with what we read in 2 Kings 17? We read in 2 Kings 17 that Hoshea was not as bad of a king as the previous kings. Just think about if Hosea could have easily nixed out these decrees that were sent out by Hezekiah. Hosea could have said, no, we're not having that. The northern kingdom's not allowing this Passover to be had down in Jerusalem. But obviously, Hosea allowed the decree to go through to all the cities. And this is why the Most High said he wasn't as wicked as the other kings. Because from Jeroboam down, none of the northern kingdom leaders allowed the interactions to happen between the south and the north. Does that make sense? Are we clear on this?
Yeah.
Okay. So once again, the Most High is still saying, yes, Hosea was wicked. Hosea was into idolatry. But he at least allowed the nation to come together and operate during the Passover. And he wasn't as bad as his predecessors. It's important, and I'm stressing that and I'm explaining that because we have to start learning how the Most High judges us. It isn't just wicked or righteousness. There's varying degrees. And he's saying that Hosea was wicked. He just wasn't as bad as the other guys before him. Let's continue in 2 Chronicles 30.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 6. So the post went with the letters from the king and his princes throughout all Israel and Judah, and according to the commandment of the king, saying, Ye children of Israel, turn again unto the Most High, power of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, and he will return to the remnant of you, that they are escaped out of the hand of the kings of Assyria.
So this is also the Most High extending out that olive branch in the northern kingdom, saying, listen, man, for the remnant of y'all still here, for those of y'all who weren't taken by the king Tiglath-Pileser, come back to the Most High so you can be salvaged, so the Most High can come through and protect you. This is an opportunity to come back to the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Verse 7. And be not ye like your fathers, and like your brethren, which trespassed against the Most High power of their fathers, who therefore gave them up to desolation, as ye see. Now be ye not stiff-necked, as your fathers were, but yield yourselves unto the Most High, and enter into his sanctuary, which he has sanctified forever, and serve the Most High your power, that the fierceness of his wrath may turn away from you.
He's like, listen, if you turn back to the Most High, the fierceness of his wrath will stop. Okay, it will stop. Now the problem, we're going to go into how the Most High starts to operate. We're going to explain what's the Most High's ferociousness and how it stops and how long it takes for the ferociousness to start subsiding. We'll go into that in a little bit. But he's saying, listen, if you come back to him, you can start the healing process. And let's start it by coming down to the Passover, come together as a body for the first time in a long time, and this will start the process. Read on.
Verse 9. For if ye turn again into the Most High, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them to captive.
And so the Most High is like, listen, you start coming back to me, I'll start having compassion on you. I'll start having compassion on you. And we're going to start seeing what are the different forms of compassion. We'll go into that in a little bit. We'll read on.
So bring this up to Jeremiah real quick, one verse.
Okay.
Jeremiah chapter 18. And start at verse 7 real quick.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 18 and verse 7.
Just on that how the Most High displays compassion to it. Read that.
Come. At what instant?
Yeah, the Most High said at what?
At what instant?
Now, what does the instant mean?
Instantaneous.
Instantaneous, immediate, right? That means in a flash. That means in a second.
At that very moment.
At that very moment. That's what instant means. So, read it again.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 18 and verse 7. At what instant?
And he's asking the question, look how fast. That's what he's asking. Look how quick. Look how at that very moment. Read.
I shall speak concerning a nation.
Read on.
And concerning a kingdom.
Read on.
To pluck up.
He said, the Most High said, look how fast. If I want you destroyed, if I want to kill you, I can kill you in a flash. Go ahead.
Come. And to pull down and to destroy it.
He said, look how fast and how fast if a nation, I can pull you down, I can destroy you. Read on.
Verse 8. If that nation,
he said, if that nation, read on,
against whom I have pronounced, turn from their evil.
He said, if they decide to do what?
turn from their evil.
So although the Most High may have his bullseye on your back, he said if you decide to turn from your evil, read on.
I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them.
So in an instant, the Most High will change and take that target off your back. He'll take that evil away from you in a flash the minute you decide to change.
Got it.
So the Most High is with you as soon as you're ready to repent.
Got it.
The Most High is with you. That's how quick the Most High can display compassion if you decide to make a lifestyle change. Yes, sir.
So this will kill that notion that people say like, oh, it takes time. I'm gonna take my time, and then eventually I'm gonna get it. Then you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you don't know how much time you got.
Right.
And you can say you got all the time in the world, but that's not how life is.
No.
If we don't operate with a sense of urgency, then why do we expect the Most High to operate with a sense of urgency? We want the Most High to remove these issues from us, but we don't take that same amount of energy and initiative to work on what's inside of us. We expect the Most High to operate like this.
Like
we don't change like this.
Like he's on our schedule.
That's the funny thing is this: we're gonna see. It was a reason I explained that King Hoshea came into power. He was in power for 9 years before the empire fell apart, right? And when Ahaz was king is when Hosea first came in. So it was 4 years into Hosea's reign and power that Hezekiah came in, right? That means Hosea only had 5 years left in power. Only had 5 years left in power. So that's a very important thing. Keep this in mind. When this thing happened, he was on the clock. He had 5 years before the empire fell, before Israel completely got put into captivity.
This is 2 Kings chapter 17, correct?
This is what the topic is. We're going over 2 Kings chapter 17. This is when the 9.5 tribes were taken out, put into captivity, and shipped out to Assyria. And we're in Jeremiah, which led us before to 2 Chronicles 30, explaining why they said Hosea was a little better than the other kings of the 9.5 tribes. And the reason Hosea was better, he sinned, but he allowed the northern kingdom to come back to the southern kingdom and work on the unity and work on coming back to the Most High, going back to the temple. And that was what Hezekiah was known for. Hezekiah, king of the southern kingdom, brought the north and the south back together. He reestablished and re-implemented the temple being opened up in the south in Jerusalem after his father closed the doors of the temple. So he did all these holy quote-unquote reformations. And part of the reformations was to try to bring the north and the south together before the Most High sat back and put his hands down to slam them. Okay? The funny thing is, you're going to see the same thing happen in the time of Josiah. There was a little brief time that Josiah had the north and the south come together before the south fell apart too. It's just funny how the Most High does things like that. So, let's go back to Chronicles, 2 Chronicles chapter 30. And where are we at, sir?
We're using verse 9, sir.
2 Chronicles 30 and verse 9. We're going to 15.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 9 through 15. For if ye turn again unto the Most High, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For the Most High, your power is gracious.
He's saying, listen, if you guys change, the Most High will have compassion on your brothers that are already in Assyria.
And children too.
And he says, your brothers and your children in Assyria will be, Most High will have compassion on them and bring them back down to their homeland. Read that again, verse 9. Because don't forget, at this time, half of the northern kingdom was already split up. Gad, Reuben, half of Manasseh, and Naphtali was already shipped out to Assyria in the prison camps in Haran and Gozan. That's truth. Now read verse 9.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 9. For if ye turn again unto the Most High, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive.
He said that the Assyrians will have compassion on your brothers that were already snatched up and in bondage and captivity. Read on.
So that they shall come again into this
He
land.
said if y'all change, he's trying to give them incentive. If y'all change, the Most High will soften up Assyria and send them back to their land. This is what's at stake. If you love your brothers, if you love your fellow countrymen, if you love Gad and Reuben and half of Manasseh, y'all do right, and the Most High will change the heart of Tiglath-Pileser and Shalmaneser and Sargon. Because Sargon and Shalmaneser were the sons of Tiglath-Pileser. And you're going to read about how Shalmaneser and Sargon were warring and fighting each other. So Shalmaneser was initially the one that led the campaign of wiping out the northern kingdom, but Sargon finished it. Point is, if you sit back and do right, the Most High will work on the heart of your oppressors to give y'all a break and send your family and your brothers and your kinsmen back home. That's how the Most High operates. Once he sees your obedience, he'll soften the heart of the people who are giving you the most trouble. That's how he works for us.
Which goes into, when a man's ways please the Lord, even his enemies shall be at peace.
Yes. Because you know what? Because the Most High will work in their heart and look at you in a different light. But you're going to see what it's going to take for the Most High to look at you in a different light. You have to change. And this is kind of a foreshadowing statement. You have to accept the conditions the Most High's got you under. If you accept the conditions the Most High's got you going through and serve the Most High, then he'll change how the powers that be look at you. Whether it's, in this topic, the Assyrian Empire, or it's your bosses. The boss that always giving you problems in the job. Why is this boss giving you problems? Why is my employer giving you problems? Maybe your outlook isn't right with the Most High. Maybe how you're thinking isn't right. And the Most High is using the powers that be over you as a reflection of showing you you're out of order with the Most High. So I'm going to make the person that you serve make your life more difficult. This is how the Most High operates in our life.
He's got to get us to see ourselves.
Exactly. But the way he gets us to see ourselves, and the way he knows for sure if we're on point, is how willing are we to submit to the Most High, and how willing are we willing to submit to our condition. And can I accept that my condition is of the Lord? We're going to sit back and go into how the 9.5 tribes didn't accept that the condition was of the Lord. And the Most High made life even harder. And then you're going to read down the line, we read about the southern kingdom of Judah did the same thing the northern kingdom did. Didn't accept that being vassals to the Babylonian Empire was the Most High saying, stay in order, serve your time, and I'll sit back and pull you out of your situation if you obey. I'll explain later on.
We didn't do it with the Greeks either.
We didn't do it with the Romans. We didn't do it with nobody. Israel is a rebellious damn people. I got something on Monday too, something-wise. Listen, to kind of counterbalance what we went on Wednesday. But anyway, that's another story. Let's continue in 2 Chronicles. Finish it up. I'm like 90% done.
Oh, good.
Came to me like a song I wrote out. Well, let's keep going.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 9. For if ye turn again unto the Most High, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For the Most High, your power is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away his face from you, if ye return unto him.
This is important, because 2 Kings 17, eventually at the end, said the Most High turned his face from him. But here he said, I won't turn my face from you if you return to me. This was like the Most High's last pleading he was having before he had to drop the gauntlet on him. Read on.
Verse 10. So the posts passed from the city to city through the country of Ephraim and Manasseh, even unto Zebulun.
Stop. So Hoshea, the king of the northern kingdom, allowed the post to be sent from tribe to tribe. Because if Hoshea didn't want it, he could have nixed it, right? And this is why the Most High said in 2 Kings 17 and verse 2 that the Most High he wasn't as bad as the other kings, because he allowed the people to choose if they wanted to come back to the Most High and serve him. Continue.
It says
So now the posts were passed from Ephraim to Manasseh, even up to Zebulun, the coastal city. Read on.
But they laughed them to scorn and mocked them.
It's crazy. A lot of Israel just mocked them. They just mocked him. One, you mock him, you didn't care. You didn't even think about listening to this in consideration to your brothers and kinsmen who already got shipped out to Assyria. That didn't matter to you.
It's almost like they didn't even care.
They didn't care. Well, first of all, they didn't care about the Most High. Yeah. They didn't care about their brothers that are in captivity. They didn't think it was coming to them too. Oh, it wasn't me. You know, Israel's classic, and they're notorious for having that out of sight, out of mind attitude.
Yeah, it don't affect me. So
it didn't hit me. I didn't get taken in chains. So what I got to worry about it for? Yeah. I'm gonna sit back here and do my sin and live my life. My granddaddy didn't go down to Jerusalem. My mama, my daddy, my grandpa didn't do it. My abuela didn't do it. So why am I gonna do it? That's the reality. That's where our mind was at. Read on.
Come on, verse 11. Nevertheless, diverse of Asher and Manasseh and of Zebulun humbled themselves and came to Jerusalem.
So it wasn't that all the 9.5 tribes didn't listen. Some of them did. Some of them adhered to the letters and came down to serve the Most High. So just like in all things, some Israel is stubborn and some Israel is humble and willing to change. So some of the Israelites said, man, we're going to come down here and go to Jerusalem and reconnect back to the Heavenly Father, which means there was still good in our nation. Even though since Jeroboam, there was numerous kings that pushed Israel to idolatry, there was still a handful that still served the Most High. If we got the time, we're going to go into Tobit. Tobit was one of those people who Naphtali that sat back here and still served the Most High and still went down to Jerusalem despite the decrees of the northern kingdom kings. So there was still a remnant of Israel that still cared about serving the Most High. Okay? But as we're going to read, just because there's a remnant of Israel that wants to do good, you still got to go down with the ship.
One sinner destroyed much good.
God. You still got to go down with you still got to go and change with the nation. Unfortunately. Because it was the nation's time to fall. So, let's continue.
Verse 12. Also in Judah, the hand of the Most High was to give them one heart to do the commandment of the king and of the princes by the word of the Most High. Verse 13. And there assembled at Jerusalem much people to keep the feast of unleavened bread in the 2nd month, a very great congregation.
It was a large number of people from the south and the north that came together finally as a unified nation to serve the Most High. Read on.
And they arose and took away the altars that were in Jerusalem.
They took those altars that Ahaz, Hezekiah's father, had bought and had built from the same model of the king of Syria. Okay? Read on.
And all the altars for incense took them away and cast them into the brook Kidron.
So they dumped all those idolatrous idols, altars and things of serving their gods. Dumped them, cleaned out and gutted out the temple and reestablished it the right way. Read on.
Then they killed the Passover on the 14th day of the 2nd month. And the priests and the Levites were ashamed.
I mean, they were humble. They were humbled by the fact that the Most High reestablished the nation again. Just 16 years ago, Ahaz was just taking Israel in the dumps again, destroying them with his policies. Read on.
And sanctified themselves and brought in the burnt offerings into the house of the Most High.
They were humbled and ashamed because the doors were once closed. Now they're open. Now they're able to sit back and reestablish that connection with the Most High, along with the remnant of the 9.5 tribes. So this was a glorious moment with Israel. Matter of fact, jump to verse 18.
Verse 18. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it was written.
Now listen, I don't even know, I shouldn't have went here today, but we'll go into this in a couple of weeks. Think about this. No, we're going to go into it when we go into Hezekiah. Listen, you can't tell me that Paul didn't sit back here and read this and understand that these Israelites, Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, and Zebulun, who weren't familiar with the cleansing process necessary to be acclimated for the offerings. Listen, read it again. Read it again.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 30.
Read verse 17.
Come. 2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 17. For there were many in the congregation that were not sanctified.
The Most High talked about in Leviticus about all the people had to be cleansed and sanctified before they sat back and gave their offerings up. Right?
Come.
That's part of the law. But let's read it. But now they're here, and all these Israelites, a lot of them weren't cleansed. A lot of them weren't connected to the laws and how the old ways of cleansing and sanctifying actually was going down. Now, did they sit back and say, y'all know northern kingdoms can't have no part of this sanctifying sacrifices because you didn't bathe and wash yourself a certain way? Did they say that? No, they didn't. They let them sit back here and still commence with the ceremony.
Oh, brother, that's mixed. Wow. That's mixed fabric, bro.
That's mixed. They weren't sitting back here getting robotic and overly technical people that didn't know nothing. Read on.
Come. Therefore, the Levites had the charge of the killing of the Passovers for everyone that was not clean, to sanctify them unto the Most High.
The Levites had to sit back and just kill the sacrifice and the Passover anyway. Read on.
Verse 18. For a multitude of the people, even many of Ephraim and Manasseh, Issachar and Zebulun, had not cleansed themselves, yet did they eat the Passover otherwise than it was written.
Mm-hmm.
But Hezekiah prayed for them, saying, the good Lord pardon everyone.
Thank you. Wow. This is where do you think Paul got this teaching from? About not sitting back here and tripping on the Israelites that was in different countries they weren't circumcised. What do you think them not being sanctified was? They weren't sanctified. I mean, they weren't circumcised.
Right.
They weren't clean.
They could have just touched the dead body.
They could have just touched the dead body. There was a bunch of technical concepts that they weren't following in the law at the time. And Hezekiah had to press the mind and say, you know what, man? They're coming here to serve the Lord. Am I going to get ticky-tacking overboard about little things they haven't done yet? Or am I going to sit back here and say, Father, look at them, because look at what they're doing. Look at the good they're doing for the Most High. And in the conscience they're doing it in. So where do you think Paul got this from in Romans?
So you're not straining at a gnat, but you swallow a camel.
It's about developing the people. Yes, sir.
So the inward man, once he's clean on the inward, will do the things.
Yes.
On the inward, on the outward. Once he's cleansed on the
Once he's cleansed. But let me sit back here and not push these people away. Right. Because of whether because of their lack of understanding. But this is where what do you think what Paul was reading when he was talking about in Romans? He's just elaborating concepts that narrow-minded Israelites glossed over. That's what Romans and Corinthians and all these chapters were about. Expounding on concepts. Now we're in a situation, you know what Hezekiah didn't realize? These Israelites are like Gentiles. What do you think they're saying? They're operating on the outside like Gentiles, but they're our brothers. Mm-hmm. So let's not gloss over and focus on their little idiosyncrasies. Let's work on their spirit. Let's bring them in and let's sanctify them regardless of what they don't know.
Is that border blue, Tyranian purple? Or is it actually blue?
That's how Israel rolls now. And that's how they rolled then. So now we sit back and go back into Romans and Corinthians where Israel was already dispersed all around the world. Now you got Paul dealing with Israelites who were even worse than what they were during the time of the 9.5 tribes, who were cut off from their brothers because of wicked kings. So once again, this is what Paul was teaching. This is what it means like Paul was the teacher of the Gentiles. He understood that I got to bring our brothers who were scattered around back to Christ. However I can, and I can't get overly technical on the law to get these guys to understand the Spirit of Christ.
That's why I said he became all things to all men.
So that I may win them.
Come.
And eventually bring them to circumcision and stuff like that. That was going to happen. But can I just make it simple for them first? Just don't drink blood. Don't deal with your blood.
Your mothers.
And let's sit back here and learn Christ. And we'll work on everything else in time. I'm just explaining that this is where those concepts came from. Paul just wasn't making stuff up. Anyway, we'll go into that in 2 or 3 weeks. But in the meantime, we're focusing on the fall. We went to 2 Chronicles chapter 30, verse 1 through 15 to explain why the scripture said in 2 Kings 17 and verse 2 that Hoshea was different and wasn't as bad as the previous kings. So let's go back to 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 2 again.
Come. 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 2. And he did that which was evil in the sight of the Most High, but not as the kings of Israel that were before him.
Now we understand why that verse was put in. Hoshea did evil, but just not as bad as Jeroboam, Ahab, and all those clowns moving forward. Because he allowed Hezekiah to reach out to the entire nation. To whoever wanted to sit back and serve and follow the Passover, you could. So the Most High gave him a little bit of leniency in his judgment of him because of that. So, let's get verse 3.
Verse 3. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant.
So now what's happening is this. Shalmaneser, after the death of Tiglath-Pileser, rode up and it's like, listen, you're a vassal now. You know, what is a vassal? Does anybody know what a vassal is?
Basically a nation or a country that provides for another.
Yes. They provide resources, monies, grains, supplies for the betterment and upliftment of Assyria.
What is the word?
Vassal. V-A-S-S-A-L. In today's terms, Britain is a vassal of the United States. Germany is a vassal of the United States. Why do I say that? The United States blew up Nord Stream 2. And Germany didn't do anything about it. Germany put millions upon millions of dollars into this pipeline that connected from Germany to Russia to supply cheap gas and energy to Europe, to all of Europe. And the Germans knew that the United States blew up that oil Nord Stream, and the Germans did nothing about it. So the Germans had to eat $1 billion investment because America was at war with Russia. The Germans had to sit back and destroy and break down their economy. Listen, the gas rates, people are losing jobs and businesses, and they're not able to sustain their families in Germany because of that Nord Stream blow up and because of all of these green energy packages that are being pushed in Germany. They're really breaking Germany's industrial capacity down to little to nothing. And the reason they're doing it is because the Germans are a vassal state to the Americans. The Britons are a vassal state to the Americans. France are vassals to the NATO are vassals to the United States.
The vassal refers to someone who swore loyalty and service to a superior lord. So
that's what they're doing.
And they would be the subjects.
That's what Europe is doing to America. And that's what Israel is operating towards Assyria at this time. So when it says, against him came Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents, that means I gotta pay this man every few months to keep him happy. Or he's gonna come down and wipe out my country. That's the other option.
And destabilize.
And truly destabilize it. And that's the problem. So now, but this is the catch. This is the catch. When I become a vassal, no, listen. Remember we read in the book of 1 Kings 11 or 10 and 9 when Solomon was in power? Syria was vassals. Edom was vassals. The Philistines were vassals. Tyre and Zidon were vassals.
And for example,
Moab was vassals. It just sounded cool because we was making them vassals.
Right.
Solomon, yeah, we was making all of them vassals. They was giving us presents. See how powerful the Syrians gave us all this grain and horses, and the Edomites gave us all this money and gold. But that sounds cool when you're getting the money and gold and the supplies and the grains.
Exactly.
But you know what you're also losing? Your country is destabilizing. Your country is being broke. If the king is giving up all these resources to other kings, then who's catching? Listen, cow manure rolls what? Downhill. I didn't want to say the word. When bad things happen, it rolls downhill. So if I got to give the king, I gave all my resources in gold, who wants to pay for this travesty? The people are going to pay for the travesty.
Yep.
So all this grain is coming out of the king's pocket. The people are going to pay for it. Everybody becomes hurt when you are a vassal to another country. That's where you got to kind of read between the lines. So Hosea became his servant. That means that all the people became their servants. Remember we read a few weeks ago about Menahem and how Menahem had to give the king of Assyria all this gold? But Menahem did it by taxing the people and taxing the rich and forcing the rich to give up all this silver, all this gold to give to the king. This is what's happening when you become a vassal state. The rich or the affluent get dinged. The middle class becomes poor. And the poor become dirt poor. You hear about, oh man, there's a shrinking middle class.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, that's happening. When you're a vassal state, there ain't no more middle class. You get a question?
I have a question. Is that what, this is my question, is that what Bathsheba did Solomon, or that was just gifts to win him over to make?
Bathsheba and them just gave him gifts.
That was
because
so
don't forget,
vassal.
no,
Okay.
she wasn't a vassal because Solomon sat back here and married the queen of Egypt's daughter for a political purpose. So the people down that far, they weren't vassals.
Okay.
It was the people in his vicinity.
Okay.
Moab,
Ammon.
Edom, huh?
Ammon.
Yeah, Ammon, Moab, Edom, Syria, Tyre and Zidon. Tyre weren't even vassals. They just gave Solomon the plug on the trees.
Because of the relationship that David had with the king of Tyre.
And Tyre was smart. He's like, I'm gonna give him a real good deal on these damn trees so I can save my money and save my kingdom.
And then Solomon
That was wisdom.
He offered him 20 cities that was garbage.
Yeah, and you know, and the funny thing is, it's true. When you read about Solomon, gave him some poopy cities out. He gave him a bunch of damn Baton Rouges out. Just swamp land. He gave him like 20 swamp lands.
Why'd you pick my state, right?
I'm just saying, I'm just thinking of some land you can't do much with. This gators and swamp. You can't do nothing with it.
Right, can't do nothing with it.
It's all swamp land, huh?
Right,
Hey, I'm gonna give you 20 gator cities out. You can't do shit with it.
He gave what George Free said. He gave him oceanfront property in Arizona.
Or he gave him land that's in the floodplain out. What you gonna do with it, huh? It's in the floodplain. It's gonna flood out.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm gonna give you some land in Cane Lake. It's great oceanfront property, but every 5 years you gonna be swimming.
Yeah.
That's the only problem with Cane Lake. For those of y'all who've been around Cane Lake, there's some cool spots. There's some other spots. It starts storming for like 3 or 4 days. You're gonna be having water at your ankles. You gotta get the hell out of there, right? You better have like 5 canoes on deck.
That's
Right? Point is, this is the whole situation. But Solomon did it to Hiram, and Hiram said, I don't really like these lands, and
What
cities,
manner
but
of
it's
city is
okay.
my brother?
But he said, you know what? He said, friend, what are you doing? He said, okay. He did he go to war over it?
He just sucked it up.
He ate that. He ate that loss. You know what? That's what happens when you're not the big fish in the pond. But even then, they weren't vassals. They just did business with each other.
Yeah.
The other countries, their life was crap, and the conditions of the nation deteriorated being a vassal state. That's an important thing. So listen, what did the Most High say? What did the Most High say in Second Chronicles chapter 30? 2 Chronicles Most High said, if you guys sit back and stay in order, come back to the Most High, He will change the hearts of the leadership, right?
Verse 9.
That was 2 Chronicles 30 and 9. Read that real quick.
2 Chronicles chapter 30 and verse 9. For if ye turn again unto the Most High, your brethren and your children shall find compassion before them that led them captive, so that they shall come again into this land. For the Most High, your power is gracious and merciful, and will not turn away His face from you, if ye return unto Him.
If you return to Him, He will sit back here and not turn His back on you. So now this is around the same time. This is around the same time that this speech is happening, that Shalmaneser has made the 9.5 tribes their vassal state. This is happening around the same time. So Hoshea is a vassal to Assyria, and all the people are getting financially dinged because of it. Taxes are rising. Listen, that's the first thing that happens. If the state has to sit back and pay all this money to the country, taxes rise up, people's lands get forfeited, get seized. All these things happen to pay off these enormous debts that the state incurs. All these presents cost. And I want to make sure I am properly expressing how much of a strain that is on the nation. What you're going to read also is, this is what happened between the Babylonian Empire and the southern kingdom of Judah, who were vassals to Nebuchadnezzar. Everybody just reads about, oh, Nebuchadnezzar just wiped us out. He was a cold, evil, wicked person. No. Nebuchadnezzar made us vassals. We didn't like being vassals. So we rebelled, and then bad things happened. The Romans were taxing us at a high rate. We got angry that the Romans were taxing us as high as we were. We wanted to do something about it. We were trying to keep it real. Then keeping it real went wrong, because Romans sat back here and came and showed us what it means to really suffer. And this is what's about to happen with the Assyrian Empire. So read verse 3 again in 2 Kings chapter 17.
2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 3. Against him came up Shalmaneser, king of Assyria, and Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents.
That was annually, or biannually, or quarterly. Whatever I don't know what the arrangement was, but he was giving. He became like Glenn Hagerite. He's like the public. Glenn Hager is like the public accountant guy. You got to pay that guy quarterly out. You got to pay that man his money if you own a business. You got to pay that man Glenn Hager out. He's coming for you out. Anyway, that's an inside joke if you know business, because you're paying these guys every quarter of the month. You got to come out of pocket, and he wants a piece of your business.
Tax collector.
Listen, he wants a present, huh? Listen, Glenn Hager wants a present too, huh? It's like the Assyrians want presents. United States wants presents too. IRS, they want their presents.
You pay county taxes, city taxes, state taxes, federal taxes.
Bear County wants their present.
Yeah.
The state of Texas wants their present.
Yeah.
The United States wants their present.
Land tax.
Everybody wants their present. Let's not call them taxes. They're presents. Because that's what the hell Hoshea has to pay. He got to pay taxes, huh?
Not present.
They're a present for the Assyrian king. They're taxes for him. It depends on who's receiving the gift.
Yeah.
You get the point?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep reading out.
Verse 4. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea.
There we go. The king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea. We're gonna listen. He found out that Hoshea was doing some sneak stuff. He found out how Hoshea didn't like giving presents. You don't like giving presents, do you? You don't like paying these taxes. That's the conspiracy. The conspiracy is, I don't want to pay these taxes, and I'm trying to find a way
Out of the situation.
out of paying these taxes every damn month.
That's what happens when you get an audit.
And then that white man come right to your door.
Yeah.
I want to see these paperwork. I want to see all of your paperwork. I want to see your receipts. Oh, I ain't got the receipts. I ain't got I burnt the receipts out. I lost them.
I found
They got lost in storage. I couldn't pay the storage bill. You got all these BS answers.
Yeah.
Well, where are your receipts at?
You got 5 kids on your income tax. You only had 2 kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where'd you get these kids from?
Where the kids come from?
Show me proof they lived at your house. I get to you. I can show it to you.
Yeah.
That's conspiracy, y'all. When IRS says it, let us say, listen, I don't believe what you claimed on your paperwork, man.
Yep.
No, we're gonna do our figures, and we're gonna send you what we think you made. Then that number's all crazy, You end up playing all kind of crazy money, No. You gonna move around now? No, we gotta resend this paperwork. These numbers ain't right. That's conspiracy,
Talk about it.
That's conspiracy. I'm just explaining what conspiracy really is. Hosea is like, I don't want to pay this money. The people, and listen, why would Hosea set up the conspiracy? The people aren't happy. People are complaining to him. And when people start complaining, guess what happens?
Assassination attempt.
There you go.
That's the game.
The assassination attempt comes right after that. Because you know what? That's what happened to Menahem. Read about Menahem like in chapter 14. He started taxing the people, and guess what the people did? The people backed another guy who was a head military official, and they killed Menahem. No, they killed his son, Pekaliah. The Pekkas don't make it in these chapters. It was a Pekaliah, Menahem's son. They used another guy to sit back and take him out. That's what happens when the people are discontented. Don't forget, there's no royal lineage in the Northern Kingdom that keeps everybody in check. So it's survival of the fittest. I'm losing money. I'm getting hit on. I'm getting crappy tax breaks. I need a new guy to take charge. You got to realize, we talked about it weeks ago, that certain kings got positioned because they were anti-supporting, paying out and being vassals to Assyria. Other kings were pro being vassals. And that was the dynamic of why there was so much changing and upheaval in the Northern Kingdom. I'm trying to bring a practical understanding to why these kingdoms kept getting switched every few years. So now, Hosea was sitting back here paying out bread. Everybody was hurting. They were putting pressure on Hosea. Now Hosea is sitting back here trying to find some angles to get this weight off of him. And we're going to find out what those angles were. Read on. Give me verse 4 from the top.
Verse 4. 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 4. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hosea, for he had sent messengers to So king of Egypt.
Oh, he's sitting back here going to Egypt for help. He's like, help! I'm so in need of you. He's like, so I need you so much. So now he's talking. He said, let us so send help. I need some bread, or I need some help. Can you send some soldiers up here if I need you? If these boys come, if I don't pay him this money, can you bring soldiers up here to help me? I'll give you the present I was going to give the king of Assyria. If you come down up and help fight to back these guys off of me, I'd rather do a one-time payment to you than an annual payment to this guy. That's the thinking. So he's going to So, trying to make moves, trying to find confidence in Egypt. Is that not a theme that we're going to be reading about?
Yeah.
I'm going to resort to Egypt for protection versus the Most High. Didn't the Most High just say in 2 Chronicles 30, come to me, and I will soften the heart of your oppressor? But what did he do? I want to go a different route to get myself out of the oppression that I'm going to use a political route. I'm going to outsmart the king of Assyria. I'm going to outthink my problem. Isn't that how Israel does all the time? We want to outwit the problem versus just obey
and submit.
And submit. If you're leaving, can you give me my Josephus? That's in the room.
Gotcha.
That's the theme that we're going to read about.
Nope.
The door? Yeah, I think so. So the thing is this. This is the theme. If Hosea just pushes people to submit to the Most High, in time, this embargo, this inflation, these higher taxes would have subsided because the king of Assyria, the Most High, would have worked on his heart. or the Most High would have pulled his attention a different direction. It doesn't make logical sense as to how a ragtag group of Judites and Levites and Benjamites could have taken out the Greek army.
40,000, 20,000.
Listen, the numbers itself didn't match. And then two, they still had multiple battalions that didn't even come and fight them. What did the Most High do? The Most High pulled Antiochus Epiphanes' direction and attention to Persia. And the majority of his forces were dragged out to Persia to sit back and make more money to pay for the Romans. That's how the Most High works on the minds of the kings to make your fight a fair fight. But it's a scenario where you don't have control over it. He's trying to set up the lessons in our life to remind us it's not about your wisdom, it's not about your intelligence, it's not about how sharp you are, it's about how willing you are to submit and humble down and serve him. And he will sit back here and come through and take care of you. Can you give up your desire for control, your desire to wiggle yourself out of a situation and allow the Most High to come through and just take things over?
And this is when the scriptures say to obey is better than sacrifice.
Huh.
Because we'll make a lot of sacrifices to try to make things, pertain to our way, to get our way. And those sacrifices will be in vain. We'll waste a lot of time. We'll waste money. We'll burn all kinds of resources trying to establish things our way versus just submitting.
Yep.
Versus just being obedient.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. So now he's like, listen, Hosea is trying to run from servitude. Listen, the issue with Israel, I was going to say this for Monday out, but I'm going to pull it, man.
Well, can I say one thing? You said a key word out.
What's that?
You said if he would have had his people to go back to the Most High in time, the Most High, because we expect that shit right away.
And I'm glad you said that.
Right
I'm going to hold off on this verse and go on to that point because we were still supposed to, I don't want this to shoot. Listen, we wanted to sit back and serve the Most High, change, and all of a sudden blessings come.
In time.
You know what the reality is? You have to serve the Most High and still be up under your captors. You know why the Most High keeps having captivities come to us? I don't have the verse on me, maybe y'all got it. But the Most High made it clear. If you're not going to serve me, you will serve someone else. And that's the whole point. We were created to be servants. Leviticus 25:55 says we were created to serve him. But you know what he said? Also, because you don't want to serve me, you're going to serve the nation. I got to go here real quick.
Well, it's Deuteronomy 28 and 45, 47.
Let me pull this real quick. What's that?
Because he just said, because thou servest not the Lord thy God with
48, yes, sir.
joyfulness and
Without
gladness.
joyfulness, exactly.
Thou shalt serve thy enemies and one of all things.
Yep. And that there was another one, but that's perfect too. We'll do that.
47 to 48.
Read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verses 47 through 48. Because thou servest not the Most High, thy power with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things.
Listen, Most High doesn't want us just to serve. He wants us to serve and be happy to serve. He wants us to be happy to do his will. Happy to give the Most High what we got to give him.
Not be robots doing it. Yeah.
Or just be, or to give grudgingly.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Most High shall send against thee.
He is saying either you're going to serve me with gladness and joyfulness of heart, or you're going to serve your enemies. And if you're serving your enemies, and you think that you want to rebel and do this stuff, the Most High will make your difficult time even more difficult.
Very difficult.
That's the problem. Listen, it's one thing to be taxed and have tariffs sent on you, and you got to lose half of your income to be given to another king. That's hell. But you know what's even worse? When you're walking off in chains, 400 miles, and you got to walk this as a slave. Don't you think that's a little worse than that? That's way worse. So that lesson is this. Either you're going to be really highly inconvenient or made inconvenient because of your rebellion, or I'm going to have you in complete bondage. Which one do you want? Because one way or another, you're going to serve me. I'm going to make your life so difficult. Or I can make your life a little difficult. And if you learn to accept serving me, I will eventually lighten up the pressure. Then there's a scripture, the Most High says that he doesn't find joy in seeing us pine away.
Ezekiel 33.
Ezekiel. Yes, he doesn't enjoy us pining away. But if we don't want to change, he will let us pine away. He will let us pine away and our situation just continue to get worse day after day, week after week, month after month, and year after year. There's no getting around it. So, let's continue. I'll hold that verse for later because I can hold it. So give me verse 4 again.
Second Kings 17 and verse 4. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea.
He found this guy didn't want to lock in. He didn't want to commit himself.
Somebody snitched.
He didn't want to sit here. Listen, the numbers, you say this grain is not adding up. Every year I get this amount. You're getting this less amount.
Yeah.
What's
It's going somewhere. The money's going somewhere.
The numbers aren't matching.
Yeah.
We're interacting with you.
Everybody's
all tight. It's like everybody acting like this. Something's going on.
Good.
The Most High is putting the spirit. It's like police. Most High put that spirit of police to be more. You look suspicious.
Yeah. But let's keep going. It's going to explain, but keep going.
Israel. It made me laugh because it's Israelite.
Israel is the king of cutting corners, huh?
Yeah,
We're going to cut corners.
Israel take cans to the recycle, put rocks in them first. and then
I've never heard of that one right there. I've never heard of that.
They'll put rocks in the cans, crush the cans, then try to recycle them. Wow.
That is horrible.
It's Israel.
And funny as hell.
Israel be cutting corners out.
God, who's that? Raise your hand and do the rock trick, guy.
No, literally. No, let me tell you. I have to say this. Can I say
amazing.
This? I am the rock man. Let me tell you why. I've been donating plasma. My weight's been under. You know what I got to do? Physically put rocks in my pocket every time I donate.
That's crazy, bro.
I actually have to wear 2 pants because I've lost a lot of weight, and really my weight's. I actually gained a little weight to be able to do that. So, but really, I was underweight for a long time. I'm just gaining a little.
Where you get that many rocks to put in your pocket? You
gotta make sure
you walking around and find that many rocks. There's not that many rocks available.
They gotta fit right perfectly in your pocket.
Yeah, the smooth rocks and the smooth rocks. They're hot rocks. Where are you getting these rocks from, huh?
8 pounds of rocks. On top of my weight, and that's how I do fucking donating. Excuse my French. I didn't mean to curse.
That's amazing, huh?
That's crazy.
Listen, that's a lot of dedication in order to get that many rocks, huh?
Physically, I got them in my shorts right now at home. I got to put the shorts on under and put these on top.
Hey, don't get rid of them rocks. You got to keep those rocks until next time, man. That's hours of man hours to get those rocks, huh?
That's right.
I'm telling you. You got to put them in some grocery bags, something. Anyway, that's insane. But I get it. I get it. I'm not tripping. I'm just saying that's the amount of work we'll put into just sitting back here cutting corners, huh? We're exquisite corner cutters, huh? We're professional corner cutters. We will do that. It's the truth, huh? It's the truth. Anyway, let's continue, man. So now we got Hoshea cutting corners, Zach, and trying to go to King So of Egypt. Read on verse 4 again.
Come on. 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 4. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea, for he had sent messengers to So, king of Egypt, and brought no present to the king of Assyria.
You didn't bring me my present, man. Where's my present?
My bread.
Then he's like, where's my money, man? It went from present to where's my money, man?
That's real.
Where's my bread now, man?
Real now.
Because I'm trying to be nice and call them presents. But now it ain't present. Where's my money? You owe me, man. Anyway, so now obviously he didn't send money to Assyria. That means he's trying to set up help from King So to sit back here and at least protect his land when the Assyrians come. Read on.
As he had done year by year.
This was an annual fee, which you mean it was tonnage, I can product out. Because you know why they do it in years? It makes sense. Because you're waiting for harvest.
Yep. Your grain's got it.
You're waiting for the entire year's harvest to collect the harvest. So that means, the people are pissed because they got to work an entire year to barely survive. The whole northern kingdom is like facing good times, huh? Scratching and surviving, huh?
Yes. Surviving and scratching.
That's what I'm saying, huh? This suffering. You work a whole year for naught. So let's keep going.
Therefore, the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison.
They threw this guy in jail. They put a bracelet on this dude out. They put a bracelet on this guy out, put him in a slammer out. In some Assyrian dungeon out. Read on. No, matter of fact, hold this. Now I want to go prophetically. Go to Isaiah. Go to Isaiah. I'm sorry. Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1 through 3. This is the Most High saying, listen, this is Isaiah taught literally at the same time that this was going on. He was prophesying at the same time. Read on.
Was that point when I think it was in verse 1 when he was having all these visions of everything that was going on or something like that? In verse 1?
And you mean Isaiah?
Yeah.
No, Isaiah just said he was prophesying during the time of Hezekiah, Ahaz, all those guys. He was in the thick of this as it was happening.
That's crazy.
So read 31:1.
Isaiah chapter 31, verse 1 through 3. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help.
He's telling you why. He says destruction is going to come to the people that go to Egypt for help. This is literally talking about at the time it was happening and future prophecy of Israel going to the land of their captivity for guidance and protection instead of going to the Most High for guidance and protection. This actually happened, that Israel in the northern kingdom and Israel in the southern kingdom both went to Egypt for help. The thing that pissed off King Nebuchadnezzar to break the southern kingdom was the same thing. We went to Egypt for help. Instead of paying our debt and being the vassals we were supposed to be because of our wickedness with the Most High. The northern kingdom did it and the southern kingdom just didn't want to serve. That is the problem with Israel. We don't want to be obedient, stay in order, do what we're supposed to do, and just lock in. This is the reoccurring theme of the nation. So, read verse 1 again.
Isaiah chapter 31 and verse 1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and stay on horses and trust in chariots.
You're trusting in your power. You're trusting in your political influence, because that's what horses and chariots represented. Authority, nobility, my power to make decisions, my power to sit back here and escape from the check. Whether it's literal horses or Israel, they'll sit back and lean on their power. What power do I have? What leverage do I have in my life? And let me use that leverage to run from the Most High and run from the correction and check He has implemented for me. Read verse 1 again.
Isaiah chapter 31 verse 1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help and to stay on horses and trust in chariots.
They trust in their power. This is what Hosea did. Read on.
Because they are many, and in horsemen, because they are very strong. But they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek the Most High.
All Hosea had to do was seek the Most High for help. And the Most High would have came through. But he trusted in his wisdom, his power, his influence, his political connections, and tried to reach out to King So, and more than likely, King So was the one who snitched on him.
I got to post this right here.
Okay.
Psalms 127 and verse 1. Psalms 127 and verse 1.
Psalms 127 and verse 1.
So, Psalms chapter 127 and verse 1. Except the Most High build the house, they labor in vain that build it.
Listen, if the Most High is not building and maintaining what you're doing, what you're building, your family, your household, your business, whatever you're putting your strength to, unless it's based on the principles of the Most High and the wisdom of the Most High, not the wisdom of what you think. Read.
Come. Except the Most High keep the city, the watchman waketh, but in vain.
You can be cunning, sharp, smart, deceptive. You can have as much conspiracy as you want. You can be sharp as you want.
You can see in the dark. You're the owl. You know these idiots be talking out.
Yeah.
You go.
You can be really, powerful as you want to be. It doesn't really matter. King David understood where his bread and butter came from, unlike us. Read.
Oh, my bad, bro. I went back to Isaiah.
Psalms 133. Psalms 33 and 17. I'm done. Psalms 33 and verse 17.
Come. Psalms chapter 133 and verse 17.
33.
Oh, come. Come. Psalms chapter 33 and verse 17. And horse is a vain thing for safety.
A horse, or this idea that you have this vehicle or this ability or this strong physical apparatus to protect you. A horse or anything you think of as a physical apparatus to protect you is a vain thing. Right? For what?
For safety.
It's not your safety. Your submission is your safety.
Mm-hmm.
They've understood that. Read on.
Neither shall he deliver any by his great strength.
And it makes the point Lord was making. Listen, bro, it's not by your strength, bro.
And this is what the kings of Israel did. And this is what we do. We rely on our strength and our ingenuity and our wisdom to evade servitude, to evade being in order. This was the play Hoshea did. This was the play that the king of the southern kingdom of Judah did in regards to dealing with Nebuchadnezzar from Babylon. This is what our people did. The quote-unquote Sicarii Israelites that was subjected to the Roman taxes
In Masada.
and not in Masada. Sicarii was sitting back here. They were known to be rebellious Israelites that didn't follow the leadership or the edicts of the Romans. But what they don't realize is our rebellion is what spawned the second Diaspora. So it's cool to talk about, to be proud about being rebellious, but that's not what the Most High says to be proud in. We were subject to the Romans because of our wickedness, not because we're tired of these wicked oppressors having us in power. No, if we would have been in order, and funny thing is, as long as we were in order, the Romans looked after us.
Right.
The Romans sat back here and allowed us to sacrifice in the temples. You know when things went bad for Israel with the Romans? The Romans said this: we will pay for the expense of these animals getting killed. All we want from you is to sacrifice some more animals to look after us in our empire.
Sacrifice animals and pray to us.
Pray for us. Pray for the sustaining of our kingdom.
Yeah.
That's all we ask for. That's all they ask for. You know, like, no, hell no. F them Romans. It's like, okay, forget the Romans. We're not going to sit back here and offer sacrifices for you guys. And guess what happened? Everything went bad from there.
Yep.
Then the Romans came in here and start making taxes higher and squeezing us and making life more difficult for us.
We don't know classically how to see the Most High's mercy in the midst of our quote-unquote suffering.
Listen, the funny thing was, even with the Greeks, I did a class a while ago that dealt with the class like Prelude to the Abomination of Desolation, and they talked about how the Greeks didn't sweat us for a long period of time. The Greeks allowed us to serve the Most High. They allowed the sacrifices. They financed the sacrifices. The only time the Greeks started turning up on us is when over half of the population of the southern kingdom of Judah was fighting and positioning to push Hellenistic ways. It was a major movement, and the majority of the people, a lot of people, wanted to live like the Greeks. So the Greeks said, okay, the nation is split. A lot of these people want to live like us. Then we're just going to implement our way. You ask for it, we're going to give it to you. So was it the Greeks or was it us?
It's our fault.
The Greeks was like, listen, we're not going to have civil war in any of the jurisdictions that we have control over. So if half the population wants to be like us and half wants to keep their traditions, then you know what? We're gonna have them do our way then. Half the people want to do it our way anyway. So forget it. We're gonna push the Hellenistic ways. That's what spawned Antiochus Epiphanes and all the bad things he did to us. People don't look into the history to understand that. There is a constant, repetitive history of Israel not being in order, getting out of line, and wondering why we're in slavery, in bracelets, and in ankle bracelets, walking to another country. That's our rebellion.
Yeah.
This is historical. This is not a war's opinion at all. We're reading it right now. The king of Assyria found conspiracy in King Hoshea. This man didn't make his annual payment. Now we got to see what the damn deal is. Isaiah chapter 31 says, listen, our people were trusting in our horses, our chariots, our ingenuity, our power, and not trusting in the Heavenly Father.
We like to do it at the last minute.
Come.
We always pull the Most High out like in case of emergency, break glass. You know, that's when we pull the Bible out. You know, when all failed, everything failed.
Jesus!
Yeah, then we call it on the Most High. Come get me. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy, bro.
Because we try our ways first, and then when our ways don't work, then we call out to the Most High.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that we look at them as a last resort. Very unfortunate.
So let's read verse 2 in Isaiah 31 and 2.
Isaiah chapter 31 and verse 2. Yet he also is wise, and will bring evil, and will not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers.
So he says, yet this is okay. The Most High is wise and will bring evil and will not call back his words. This is why when the Most High sets out a spiritual decree, you have to eat that decree until his anger is satiated. So the Most High sat back here for all these years of Israelites' rebellion. He said, man, you know what? They got to get stung. I'm going to send the king of Assyria to make their life difficult. That was his word. He's not going to call back that word. So now that word has to fill out and run its course. And that goes back to your point. The course that it has to run is the fact that you got to suffer for an undetermined amount of time. And while you're suffering, whether you're a vassal or whatever, are you going to stay in line and understand that I am suffering? I am suffering these difficult circumstances because the Most High is not going to call back his words because we were rebellious and out of order. And now we have to sit back and live X amount of years as vassals. And then while we're vassals, can we serve the Most High with gladness and joyfulness of heart? And if those things can happen, then he'll soften the heart of the Assyrian king or whoever is in charge of us and give us some mental space. Give us a little bit of peace of mind in our life. But the Most High is not going to call back his words until you change what you got to change. You see the point? He'll call back his words when you get right. And then if you don't get right, then he's going to start turning his head back against you. But it starts off with, I'm going to sit back and send some words and send some spirits in your life that make life hard. Now, based on how you deal with these hard events, these hard verdicts, will determine if your condition gets even harder. Or if it starts to lighten up. But it's based on how you deal with the hardness presented to you as punishment for your wicked actions. So, read verse 2 again.
Isaiah chapter 31 and verse 2. Yet he also is wise and will bring evil and will not call back his words, but will arise against the house of the evildoers.
So, the Most High is going to arise against the house of the evildoers. Read on.
And against the help of them that work iniquity.
So, he says, not only am I going to attack the evildoers, I'm going to attack people that help the evildoers.
Both ways, yeah.
This is why when you got a person that's operating negative,
You gotta let it go.
you better get the hell away.
Don't let them be.
Because you're going to bring that curse, you're going to bring that evil to you, Ricky Bobby. Listen, don't bring that evil to me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you say it, take it back. I don't know if you ever saw that movie. It's a great line. The point is this: when you're trying to help a negative person, you're adding negative to you. He says, I'm going to go against the house of the evildoer and against the help of them that work iniquity.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, that King So was so smart. He was like, man, nope. Mr. King Assyria, they trying to get me to get in the cool with you. That was happening. And so, oh yeah, okay, we're going to send some guys with him then. He didn't want that smoke. Because he was about to sit back and put himself in a world of hurt too.
Yeah.
He was smart. Read verse 3.
Verse 3. Isaiah chapter 31 and verse 3. Now, the Egyptians are men and not the Most High.
Exactly. So why is Hosea going to men to save him versus going to the Most High to save him? Read on.
And their horses flesh and not spirit. When the Most High shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is hoping shall fall down.
He's telling you, bro, the people that help the person when the Most High's got his hand out on it. You help, the people that are holding him up, they're going to fall. They're going to all fall together.
Okay.
That happens. This situation happens with the Babylonians. Because when Israel tried to call on the Egyptians for help, not only did the Babylonians take out Israel, Babylonians went back down to Egypt and took out the Egyptians. The funny thing is, we're gonna read it down the line. A lot of Israelites left Israel and went to Egypt for protection. And the prophet Jeremiah said, "Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do this. Stay in Israel. Whatever the Most High's got coming, stay here." They said, "No, I'm going to Egypt for protection." So the funny thing is, they came down, they took out Israel, and then they came right back down to Egypt, took out Egypt, and took those Israelites in Egypt back to Babylon too.
Wow.
You was gonna get your licking one way or the other. But he says in this one, the Egyptians tried to help us, and because they tried to help the southern kingdom, they fell too. It's an example when there's a sinking ship coming out. Let the Most High get out of the way and let the Most High work on who we got to work on that. Because all you're helping and all you're reaching out is making the situation worse. And you're going to get yourself caught into a curse too. Are we clear? Let's look up hoping. Just to make sure, because I need to see that word myself, hoping. It means to help. Hoping means to help. So everybody who helps the negative person is going to fall together.
You're an accomplice.
You accomplish. So we got this, right?
Come.
Okay, let's do Isaiah 30 and 1 through 3. Isaiah chapter 30 verse 1.
Come. Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 1 through 3. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Most High, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
This is Israel sitting back here, going to Egypt for protection. Or it doesn't say that yet. Verse 2 says it. Verse 1 just deals with the rebellious children that do everything, every type of protection and covering they can, except for the Most High's. Read on.
Verse 2, that walk to go down into Egypt, and have not asked at my mouth.
That's the point. The Most High is like, why don't you ask me if that's the move for you to do? Why are you sitting back here and just going there and making moves without seeing if that's what the Most High wants me to do? Now this one is really talking about the southern kingdom, but we're explaining that the northern and southern kingdom issues are very similar. They both went to Egypt for help, unauthorized help, unadvised help. They were supposed to go to the priest, the seer, to find out, the prophet, to find out what was the will of the Heavenly Father. But just like us, we sit back here and do things, do negative, then go back to our counselors and ask, what do we do? I don't understand. Well, you don't understand. Why didn't you ask before you went down there first?
That's after we go get our palm read.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's after we call Miss Cleo.
Exactly.
Somebody put roots on me.
Yeah, somebody put roots on me. That's after we go, get search our own answers.
Yeah. Then when it don't work out. Yeah.
Yeah.
We sit back and do all these things. They don't work out. Then we get counsel. Or we make bad choices. Then I got to counsel. Bad things happen.
But you didn't counsel before.
That's my point. This is what the Most High keeps saying. You do what you want to do. It don't work out. It backfires. You already knew who you were supposed to go to, but you go after you make the mistakes. And then it's damage control after that.
What do I do now?
Pray. And we can say, like, send some prayer.
How come you didn't tell me this? Like that's what our people do. Right? Well, I was looking for somebody to blame. You're supposed to tell me I wasn't supposed to do that.
I didn't need to know that. You didn't tell me first place. I'm supposed to mind read you?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I respect that.
But once again, that walk down into Egypt and have not asked in my mouth. So many times. Moses says before every enterprise, what?
Counsel.
Counsel. What was the counsel before anything you do? Con.
We move without
Enterprise and reason. Different verses.
We move without confirmation.
Con. All the time. Read on.
Con. To strengthen themselves in the strength of Pharaoh.
And this is what Hosea was doing. He was trying to strengthen himself with the king Pharaoh. Okay, read on.
And to trust in the shadow of Egypt.
The protection of Egypt. Our people now trust in this society and the comfort that this society brings. And literally back in those days, we trusted in the Egyptian army and their resources to bail us out of our problems. Read on.
Verse 3. Therefore shall the strength of Pharaoh be your shame.
Hosea's decision to side with King So was the beginning of his shame. Because as soon as they found out he was trying to align with So, they put him in captivity. They put him in jail.
Oh.
So that's the beginning of him saying, damn, I messed up. I'm like Akon right now.
Yeah.
I'm like Akon, I'm in jail, I messed up.
What do I do now?
Convict music, God. Now he wants that. He got to send some prayers up now.
Now you gotta pray.
Now you got to pray. And he didn't even do that. Let's keep going.
And the trust in the shadow of Egypt, your confusion.
Your confusion.
And that's the point. And this is what's happening. Matter of fact, verse 7.
Verse 7. Isaiah chapter 30 and verse 7. For the Egyptians shall help in vain.
Listen, all the help they can give is not going to change your circumstance.
For modern day black folks and some Latinos, okay, because you marched, we're gonna give you a statue.
That's it, man.
Like, bro, we need a lot more economic empowerment in our communities. We need to get our families back together. Well, listen, man, we're gonna have a symbolic ceremony.
It's MLK or Cesar Chavez.
In the spirit of gathering together. We're gonna walk and we're gonna march. We're gonna sing old Negro spirituals. Feel good for about a week and a half, and go back to the same situation. Oh no, you gotta vote a new guy in. You gotta vote somebody new. A new guy's gonna look out for you. Last. That's the game. The Egyptians shall help in vain.
All the help, whether it's the Egyptians or all the different directions we go to circumvent the Most High, is in vain. That's the point. Read on.
Con. And to no purpose. Therefore have I cried concerning this. Their strength is to sit still.
Our strength is to just sit still in our battle and fight it out and get in order. That's where our strength is supposed to be. Not in running. When we face problems, we want to run. We want to escape. The strength is in sitting still and return to the Most High. We think making all these big moves and these big adjustments is the solution. Just change and sit in your spot. I've seen men for years, when things get difficult, they want to go from city to city and leave their location. go here, go there. The answer is to sit back and stay in your battle and fight. Stay in your battle,
And do
sit
right.
still and change and do right. And just change your outlook towards the Heavenly Father versus all these decisions and positioning and these adjustments and these physical changes. Just change what's inside of you. Sit still and change inside of you. That's all the Most High wanted the Jews to do. Northern kingdom, southern kingdom, and we just didn't do it. It's so much meat in this chapter, man. This might take 3 days to go into this. 3 Sabbaths. But now we're going to get back to 2 Kings chapter 17.
Yeah, we didn't finish 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't see.
That sit still
Yeah.
means dubious, which is doubtful, wavering, or fluctuating in opinion.
And sit still? Okay.
That sit still
Okay.
in interlinear concordance means dubious.
Okay.
It says doubtful, wavering, or
Okay.
fluctuating in opinion.
That makes sense too. So it says, therefore have I cried concerning this. Their strength is to sit still. Let me make sure. Can you send me that real quick?
That's what we don't do. We don't sit still long enough.
Oh, no doubt.
It says to refrain from doing that.
Because what it's saying is our strength is our doubt and our fear. Our rebellion. We'll go into that in a second. We'll go into that in a second. Because I want you to send that to me when you get a chance. Let's go to 2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 5.
Come. 2 Kings.
So now the king Hoshea was sent up in jail. He was in prison. Now he's stuck. Read on. So the people are now in a state of flux. Okay, there's no leadership. There's problems here. Read on.
2 Kings chapter 17 and verse 5. Then the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
Stop. Can you imagine what the effect of besieging a city for 3 years would be? First of all, who knows what besieging a city is at all?
Take over.
Nope. Besieging is not taking over. Besieging is, I camp my entire army around your city. And I dry you out.
They cut off the water supply.
They cut off the water supply and
Supply
you can't
route.
get supplies in and out. So now I can't bring food. I can't bring supplies. They sat them out for 3 years. Just imagine what was happening in 3 years. Listen, I'm not going to go into the chapter because I think it'll take the class way too far away. Okay, so it is sit still. Okay, listen. So during the besieging process, there was a chapter in Kings, 2 Kings, that dealt with King Elisha. No, Prophet Elisha. And I forgot the king. I think it was the son of Ahab. And the son of Ahab, they were being besieged by the Syrians. The Syrians had besieged Samaria years before. And it never explained how long the besieging was going to be for. What it does explain was that there was a woman who came to the king and she was complaining. And the king said, ma'am, I don't have any grain, I don't have any wine, I don't have anything like that. She says, you know what? I'm not asking for that. What I'm asking for is this. Me and another woman decided we were going to kill our babies. I killed mine first, but then it was time for me to kill hers so we can eat, and she fled the scene. So can somebody find out where she is so I can kill that baby so we can eat? And then the king started crying out, started breaking down. I'm explaining that because that was how dire the situation was in Israel when the Syrian Empire besieged them many years ago. So now you're here. We're here now. It doesn't go into specifics about what was happening during the besieging time. But if you're besieging a city for 3 years, you can only imagine the fact they were eating their children. And this is what was happening with Masada when they sat back and surrounded, not even Masada, when they surrounded Jerusalem. When the Romans surrounded Jerusalem and besieged it, they were killing and eating their children. That's part of the curses. Deuteronomy 28 talks about that. This is what happens when there's nothing else to eat.
When you trust in the economy and the economy fails you.
Listen, what do you think is going to happen at these end times? When food is listen, all of besieging is the cutting off of supply lines. Think about a Walmart. When everything breaks down, there's going to come a time when there's not going to be anything left in Walmart.
I was just thinking of that.
I got you.
Just real quick, I'll let you go. Just think about this. These grocery stores, once you cut supply lines off and you don't get any more shipments, you'll be surprised how quickly it is that the shelves go bare. It doesn't take long.
People was already fighting over toilet paper in the stores for COVID. When COVID hit.
Yes.
Throwing down fist fights for toilet paper.
Yep. It doesn't take long for supplies to dry up. I'm sorry, you have to.
I was just going real quick. I went to the Strong's Exhaustive Concordance of the Bible. We were examining Isaiah chapter 30, verse 7.
I'm not worried about the sit still part.
That's one part. It says, their strength is to sit still. It's H34:27. It says, H34:27 means to properly sit down, specifically as judge, in ambush, in quiet, by implication to dwell, remain. It says to abide.
Yeah.
And then it says right here, it says sitting down, a sitting place. It says to tarry. I went to H28 to tarry.
That's what David did. Yeah. David tarried.
Yeah, the tarry says right here, tarry, third definition, to stay in expectation, to wait. So the answer is always us. We're supposed to wait on the Most High.
And sit and wait.
We're supposed to wait on the Heavenly Father, which proves trust. What Israel wants to do is not wait on the Most High, because we're in that condition where we have the anxiety.
Yep.
It's a condition of anxiety and stress, and you're being baited to make a quick decision.
Yep. A decision that you have control over.
But when we make quick decisions, Bible says he that hastes shall not be innocent.
God.
So why make a move in haste? It's in Proverbs. When I make a move in haste, when I make these quick decisions, I always, in the eyes of the Father, I'm not innocent. Because you didn't make a decision based off of me confirming what to do.
Waiting.
You made a move out of panic. In the scriptures, be not frantic among thy servants. So Israel does. When we get in a condition of stress, we grow frantic. When we're frantic, we tap more into our carnal nature, our distrust for the Most High, our distrust for our situation. He's not going to come through. So the Most High always, since Egypt, put us by the river, right? And he made us wait for the river to split. As they were simultaneously coming and approaching us. Yep. We had to wait on the Most High, and then we saw the miracles.
Wow.
It was always a process of waiting. Even to leave Egypt, it was a series of what? Series of plagues. It wasn't just, okay, it's time to go.
That you have no control over.
You had to wait on these plagues and ride these plagues out. Then you're in a life or death situation. I can't control it, and I got to wait for the Most High to open the Red Sea and drown the Pharaoh. But it's always about, do you trust me? Are you going to tarry? Are you going to have the expectation that I'll be there for you? Or are you going to go off your own strength, your own wisdom, your own insight?
Yeah.
Just kind of
perfect. The sit still is sit still.
Yeah.
So we're good.
So, yeah.
Perfect. So now listen, we are in verse 5. We're still in with that famine. 3 years is extreme famine. We talked about even in a present day situation, it doesn't take long for food to be dispersed.
Huh.
This is how we survive with the trucking industry. This without trucks, it's nothing. That's why when there was an issue with that possible what was that
diesel fuel shortage.
It was diesel fuel. What was the other one? It was
death.
Yes, when there was an issue with death, that would have sat back here and crippled the trucking industry, which would have crippled society. If you can't get death and diesel, this whole place falls apart because everybody spread so far apart. Supplies would be limited, then there'd be chaos and anarchy on this earth.
There's already supplies in computer chips, and that's why the used car market went through the roof.
Yep.
Oh, you're right.
Used cars doubled in price because there were no new chips being made in Taiwan. Not enough.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yep. Listen, what do you think? Why do you think Taiwan is such a heated situation on the news now? Do you really think America gives a shit about the sovereignty of Taiwan? They don't. The whole world knows that Taiwan is a part of China. But you know what they know? If China gets Taiwan, they get access to the computer chips at whatever frequency they want, and they can sit back here and compete and overthrow America in the technological department. So America is sending weaponry, and they just sent a bunch of like what do you call those things? Anti-air weapons, defense missiles to Taiwan in order to prepare to engage with China. China has been sitting back here over the last year, flying in Taiwan's airspace, just messing with them.
Doing drills.
Doing drill. They call it drills.
Yeah.
But the problem is, Taiwan don't really know if it's going to be a drill today, or is they going to bomb today.
Yeah.
So every day their life is on. You don't know. We're turned up. Yeah, it might be a drill. You're going in our airspace, which is illegal. And they leave. Next day, they leave. But day 5 can be just bomb and leave. You don't know. So they're in a heightened state of frenzy and stress. And they're doing that because Taiwan keeps bringing in American people to come in here and fuel this conflict. China said, stay away from America. America, stop getting in the way of our business with Taiwan. There are people. If you go historically, all the people that Shanghai Shek was the leader of China. They lost to Mao Zedong, and all the people that were with the old regime of the non-communist China got shipped to Taiwan. And the people who were pro-communism stayed in China. But they're still Chinese. The people in Taiwan just are Chinese that was on the losing side of a war. That's it. And they were the followers of Shanghai Shek, who mistakenly allied with the United States, but the United States flim-flammed them, and they used them, and they gave them guns that didn't work, because they were sitting back here financing both sides. Russia was financing China, Mao Zedong, and so were they financing them on a sneak and financing Shanghai Shek, and whoever won, they was going to sit back and align themselves with. Anyway, that's a whole other story.
Sir, just the other day I was sitting in Walmart and I thought about lights going off and all that, but to make a long story short, I caught the flu.
Mm-hmm.
I had the flu, and I had the flu worse than what I had this time. There's one thing that healed me from the flu. One medicine I would be able to go to the store. It was Tylenol vapor.
Okay.
They took it off the fucking shelf. Excuse my French. They took it off.
We're recording too. Everybody in America is listening right now, man.
A lot, right? They took it off.
Well,
the
there
shelf.
ain't that many people.
They took it off the shelf.
You're okay, man.
To keep people sick.
We got 19 people listening right now, so we okay. I'm sorry.
Right? They took it off the shelf, right?
Yes.
To keep us sick. The regular Tylenol didn't heal me. I had to go to the emergency room to actually get physical medicine.
Well, just know that China controls like 80% of all the pharmaceutical supplies that get sent to the Americas. 80%.
They basically took all the Tylenol off the shelf. That's just to keep everybody going to the emergency room.
Yeah.
Yep. I couldn't find it. And
But there's that, and there's also there's a shipping issue. It's hard to get things shipped over. But who controls the ports?
Yeah.
China controls the ports out there in Long Beach in the West Coast.
So they sold it. Hillary Clinton them sold it.
But the crazy thing is this: if they get into a war with China, I don't think they want to do that. China makes all the medicines for the United States, damn near. What Can you imagine? Can you imagine if China chooses to embargo the United States? How bad that could be? America has outsourced all of their work across the world.
Stupid.
I get it. That is the beginning of the breaking down of your infrastructure. America was the most powerful when they were able to. All the factories were in house. But the crazy thing is, where this country is responsible for its own downfall because of all the deregulation. All the deregulation it takes to spend money just to keep your business inside of here is why they go to all these other countries. The question is, why do all these countries go to Mexico and China and Taiwan for business? Because you got to pay too much money to the bureaucratic process to even, you can't make a profit here.
Because the parasites want your money.
Because you got to dish out too much money and then you break even. It's not worth it. But that was intentionally, all these mechanisms were intentionally put into effect to push the business out, to break this thing down from the inside. Anyway.
Also, when you're a contractor and you're getting your palms greased by other nations because you're selling away government contracts to the Chinese. You got independent. You got a lot of people, Hunter Biden, that's doing business.
It's got a bad laptop out there, guys.
Yeah, that laptop, bro. It's got all the evidence.
It's a bad laptop out.
He's selling away American businesess, for Chinese profits.
But Hunter is just the front man.
He's the front man.
All of his tape recordings, he says, I got to give the big guy 35%.
Who's the big guy?
Who's the big guy? Who's the big guy that Hunter Biden is talking about? Like, come on, man.
No.
You know why? Nancy Pelosi's son is on the board for the #1 microchip manufacturer in Taiwan. Her son is on the board. It pays to be in the United States Senate and House. And all they do is they have all these secret deals that they run through their children, and they get pieces of the pie. They use their political influence to broker the deals, and the business runs through their children. Listen, Hunter Biden owns businesses in Ukraine. Why does Hunter Biden run businesses in Ukraine? Why do they have why does Hunter Biden have a bio lab in Ukraine? Does that make any sense? And you wonder why they're warring in Ukraine? What's going on here, right? One of the first things the Russians did when they came out here, there's all these bio labs in Ukraine that were created to create strains of disease that attack Slavic peoples. They sit back and create strains to attack certain genes of people. Mm-hmm. So what do you think they're making these things for? For bioweapons and biowarfare to take down Russia.
And they know this already.
Anyway, we can talk geopolitics all day. We'll be here till like 8 p.m. Let's go back to the besieging. We got Assyria has surrounded Israel. 3 years of besieging. This was obviously after they had their Passover. They're back from their Passover. Hoshea is locked up. All the Assyrian Empire surrounding them. Listen, you can sit back here. You think you can be a smart guy. Okay, I'm going to eat 1 meal a day. Then I'm going to eat 1/2 meal a day. 1 small cup of water.
Cup of beans.
And then all of a sudden, you know what? That food gets thinner and thinner. And you get thinner and thinner. And you get more desperate. But you're keeping those gates closed. Because if you open them up, you know you're done. How long can you wait? They waited for 3 years. They was killing babies. It was anarchy in there. That was hell. And then after you're already weakened and fatigued and broken, then once those gates open, and all you got waiting for you is hundreds and hundreds of miles journey to Assyria to be captives. That's hard. All because we just didn't want to, we didn't take the opportunity to come back and serve the Most High. Serve our sentence as vassals. And just stay locked in and stay in order. Right?
Take the deal.
Take the deal and accept that you're beat.
Yep.
Accept that you're beat. Accept that you're a servant. And just stay in order. We don't want to do that.
And we had a similar to that spirit during the Superdome when they had Hurricane Katrina. Our people don't know how to act. Especially our people don't know how to act when things are bad, bro. You don't want to be surrounded by Jake. I'm talking Israel. Hopefully not Israel, but definitely Jake guy. Jake goes.
When there ain't no food around now, there's no way to survive.
Especially down
It's survival of the fittest with Jake guy.
The worst of the worst.
And go to spirits out there.
Seriously, ain't go to spirits.
I know that. That's why I said it.
So imagine 3 years in Israel, and the supplies are dwindling down, After a while, it's about taking.
They're gonna take what they want.
I'm gonna take
I'm trying to paint the picture of what a besieged city looks like.
the water.
It's anarchy, man.
What they said during Katrina, when they bust everybody to the Superdome, people thought it was the end of the world. So they was mobs. It was murder mobs.
Yeah, bro.
It was rape mobs. There were mobs of people just ganging up. You had to have men. Men were protecting the bathrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because mobs would come in and rape and kill, and they were going crazy in that Superdome. It was anarchy in that Superdome, and they couldn't leave the Superdome either. They were held in the Superdome by guards, military guards. They couldn't leave.
Barbara Bush came in there and said, "Oh, this isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Look at them. They're happy. They're at peace. They have a place to stay.
They like slavery.
Yeah, they like this situation."
It was-
That's what she said.
They said that the smell. They said the smell. It was urine, feces, and dead bodies. That's what the smell was in the Superdome.
Brother, and what do you think was happening when Assyria was besieging Israel? Same thing.
And they have a release about it. The Assyrian release. They drew pictures of it in stone. Most I made sure they did it so we never forget.
This is what happens when you don't lock in and when
deals.
you're not in order. You don't serve the Most High, and you don't accept the conditions the Most High got you on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'll make one more scripture right here. Proverbs 1. It said, I reached out my hand all day, but right here. Proverbs chapter 1 and verse 24. This is the deal we're talking about. All right? Because I have called and ye refused. I gave you a deal. The Most High power gave you the opportunity. You want to deal with the Egyptians, Esau, every other nation. Right? Because you have called and ye refused. I have stretched out my hand and no man regarded. Says verse 26, I also will laugh at your calamity, and I will mock when your fear cometh. When your fear cometh as desolation, and your destruction cometh as a whirlwind. When distress and anguish come upon you, then shall they call on me, but I will not answer.
Listen, go to Leviticus 26 in verse 29 through 31.
So verse 29, sir?
Yep.
Come. Leviticus
Matter of fact, 28.
Come. Leviticus chapter 26.
Matter of fact, 27. Salaki.
Come. Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 27. And if ye would not for all this hearken unto me, but walk contrary unto me, then I will walk contrary unto you.
He's letting you know, if you want to be contrary, then I'm going to walk contrary to you then. Read on.
Also in
I'm
fury.
going to walk contrary and be pissed off that I got to walk contrary with you. Read on.
And I, even I, will chastise you 7 times for your
He
sins.
says, now, everything you've done, I'm going to amplify it times 7 now, in my fury. Based off your negative, I'm going to amplify what you've done and the effect that you've done on your people and to me. I'm going to amplify that times 7 on you. Read on.
And ye shall eat the flesh of your sons.
What do you think is happening here in this besieging time? I'm going to make your conditions so desperate that you will contemplate doing this extreme thing. Because the thing is, why would a person want to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters? That seems super unfathomable to even think that that's even an option.
No.
Why in the hell would a person do that? How desperate would be your condition to even have that thought pop in your head?
That's extreme.
I'm going to break you down so low that the thought will pop in your head, at the very least. Whether you act on it, you act on it, but the thought's going to pop in your head. You're going to be that desperate. And a perfect example of that is when your land and your city is besieged and all your supplies are cut off. Read on.
Come. It says, and the flesh of your daughters shall ye eat, and I will destroy your high places.
He's going to destroy all those places that we gave our spirit to. All those individualistic mindsets we had, I'm going to destroy that. Read on.
And cut down your images. and cast your carcasses upon the carcasses of your idols, and my soul shall abhor you. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation. And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors.
God. Now listen, let that go. I need you to go handle your business. Nagaha, I need you to start next. We're going to go back to 2 Kings 17 and verse 5. So now we're here in this situation where the Mosiah is just sick and tired of all of our negative, and now we're besieged for 3 years in our territory. And all kind of recklessness is happening to us in our city. Famine, desperation, children are being eaten. I wish I would have known in the scriptures, I wish we would have known how long that besieging was when Elijah was there. Because I can only imagine whatever that time was, this was longer. 3 years of being besieged? Anyway, salute the brother.
Salak again, it was cessation.
Yeah, it's all good.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasha Allah. Imagine, bro. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Brakatham.
All right. So now we're 2 Kings 17 and 5. We're taking our time, but I really think it's important that we do take this time to get a very good understanding of what's happening and why the 9.5 tribes got sent out. It was rebellion, but it was also Israel just not wanting to accept their condition and work their way out of their condition the spiritual way.
Yeah.
We want to get out of our situation the carnal way.
Yep.
And this is a perfect example for all of us that are in a rut, in a spiritual rut, in a life rut, how to get out of that rut. This is about serving the Most High, changing what's inside of yourself, and standing or sitting still. Stop trying to run and make moves. Sit still. Not trust on your strength or your ingenuity. Lock in. You know what that means? If I'm not going to use my ingenuity and skill, that means I gotta obey who's over me.
I don't want to do that.
I gotta obey the person over me. I gotta sit back and bow my knee to the person that's in charge, while simultaneously bowing my knee to the Most High and changing what's inside of me, and then pray and hope the Most High changes the heart of the person that's making your life miserable. That's the solution. That's the hard damn answer that nobody wants to accept.
That's facts, bro.
That's all facts, bro. So, let's read 2 Kings 17 and 5.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 5. And the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land, and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years.
That's hell, man. Read on.
In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria.
Listen, finally those doors opened, bro. And that was it. They gave up. They threw in the white towel. They might have tried to have a little fight at it. But how much fight are you going to have when you're exhausted? And your body's broken. And you ain't ate in 3 years. You ain't had a good meal in 3 years. You ain't going to put up much of a fight. How can you? While the soldiers out here, they have all their provisions outside. They're eating, smiling, drinking wine.
Waiting it out.
Just waiting it out, huh?
That's easy work.
It's light work out. We got tents. They're playing soccer out in front of the damn besieged city out. I'm just saying. I don't know that. You get my point though, right? Yeah. Let's keep going. So now in the 9th year of Hoshea, don't forget, Hoshea was already locked up. So now, read on. They took Samaria. I'm sorry, Salakia. Before we go into verse 6, we got to go into Josephus. My fault. Josephus before verse 6. Josephus book 9. We got to do Josephus. Book 9, paragraph 14. Chapter 14, paragraph 1 through 2.5. No, I'm sorry, not 2.5. 1.25.
Book 9, chapter 14.
Yep, chapter 14, paragraph 1.
So when he had removed these people? Or you went from the top?
No. 9 is 9. 14 is when Shalmaneser.
Okay.
Page 264. If you got the blue Josephus, it's page 264.
On this one?
Yeah, page 264. That one. Yeah. Same.
Josephus chapter 14, page 264, paragraph 1. When Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria, had it told him that Hoshea, the king of Israel, had sent privately to So, the king of Egypt, desiring his assistance against him, he was very angry, and made an expedition against Samaria in the 7th year of the reign of Hoshea. But when he was not admitted into the city by the king, he besieged Samaria 3 years, and took it by force in the 9th year of the reign of Hoshea, and in the 7th year of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, and quite demolished the government of the Israelites.
Now hold on, we're going to read that. There's an asterisk when it said, when they said not admitted by the king. It says this siege of Samaria. You got that?
Okay.
Read that.
In the footnote.
Yep, in the footnote.
Footnote, the bottom of the page, subsection A. This siege of Samaria, though not given a particular account of, either in our Hebrew or Greek Bibles,
Yep.
or in Josephus, was so very long.
And this is where I came up with. I mean, it's not talked about, but you got to put 2 and 2 together. 3 years? It's not the details of babies getting eaten and all that stuff. It's not talked about, but you got to put 2 and 2 together, man. How do you hold out 3 years? Somebody's dying and somebody's getting eaten. Read on.
Was so very long, no less than 3 years, that it was no way improbable, but that parents, and particularly mothers, might therein be reduced to eat their own children, as the law of Moses had threatened upon their disobedience.
These are facts. How else could it work out? Prophecy talked about in Leviticus and in Deuteronomy that it was going to happen. So this is where it went. It's just further driving the point that we were reduced to this because of our disobedience. Are you done with that? Yeah, keep going. Well, don't worry about it. We're good with that. So he says he besieged Samaria 3 years. Continue with that.
He besieged Samaria 3 years and took it by force in the 9th year of the reign of Hoshea, and in the 7th year of Hezekiah, king of Jerusalem, and quite demolished the government of the Israelites, and transplanted all the people into Media and Persia.
Okay. Read on.
Among whom he took King Hoshea alive. And when he had removed these people out of their land, he transplanted.
Stop. I don't want to go into the transporting of the other people. So what Josephus said is they got sent to Media and Persia. That's around the same area, but they also got sent into the heart of Assyria, which we're going to go into in a second, also in verse 6. Now let's go to 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 6.
Okay. 2 Kings chapter 17, verse 6. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan.
Hold on, let me try to get the image online. The screen is like the image is light. It's dark. I don't know why it's so dark.
Is the battery low?
No, it's not. It's not a battery issue. I have a map. I'm just trying to find out which one is the best one. Okay, that one or... Okay, read that again, verse 6.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 6. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria...
Now these maps that I'm showing you, sometimes they have these cities in different spots, but this is a decent image of where they are, okay? So if you guys want to go online, you guys can see the map and where the images are on the screen. So just keep that in mind. If you want to see it, it is up right now. So read on.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 6.
Okay.
In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah and in Habor by the river of Gozan and in the cities of the Medes.
So on this one, you'll see a little different. You'll see the pathway that the northern kingdom was sent up on. Okay, they were taken through Damascus, which was the capital city of Syria. They go to Hamath. They were taken to Haran, Gozan. That was where we read. The river Gozan is right there. You see the river that's right at the tip of Gozan. You'll see Haran, and you'll see Halah. Now, you might not see Halah on this screen, but a lot of times Haran and Halah are kind of interchangeable places that were used on the map. So you see Haran on this map. On another map, you'll see Halah. Now they got Halah here near Nineveh, which is near the capital city of Assyria. Okay, but you see right next to Halah, you'll see Israelite settlements near Habor, Gozan and Habor, and that's really where the settlements end up being. Israelite settlements, Jewish settlements, and also there were settlements in the land of the Medes, which was, see, their media is kind of off because we were really around Ecbatane, Ectania. I don't know if you see this. It's to the bottom right-hand corner of the city of the country of Media. We were sitting back here. We were in Ecbatania and a little bit further up. We're in that space in between the Black and the Caspian Sea. That's where we were headquartered at on the east side. We were also headquartered on the west near Haran and the river Gozan in Halah. That whole area. These were the two major hubs that we were captive at, in the west and in the east. Okay? Did y'all see that? Hopefully the screen and the words are big enough to where you can see Haran, Gozan on the west, and in the cities of Media on the right.
It's up on YouTube. The map itself is up on the YouTube channel.
And so you can kind of see where we were being stationed at. I'm bouncing between two different maps so we can kind of get an idea of where we were being situated at to kind of keep us humble and break us down. So once again, Haran, Gozan on the west of Assyria, and then near the land, the cities of Media, near Ecbatana or Ecbatane, that area right there. Now another they have Media, but you see is where the Caspian Sea is. It's a little further east than that. This map is kind of crunched up. Matter of fact, is that right? Let me see. Okay, that's right. Caspian Sea. That's right. It's under the Caspian Sea. The Median Empire is right up under the Caspian Sea. So we were right around there. That's Lake Van. And the country of Urartu, the people of the Urartu was right above that Lake Van. And we'll go on to like how that plays into where Israel ended up settling out later. Okay? But you're going to see that there's two different spaces that Israelites were settled at, on the east and in the west. Yep. Now, what we're also going to find out as we keep going into this class is that over days, some of us migrated. You see where Gozan is, and you see Israelite settlements. A lot of our people migrated northwest. Now you see in the land of Media, which is under the Caspian Sea. Some of our people migrated east. Some of them migrated north in between the Black and Caspian Sea, which is South Russia, South Georgia, Russia. Some of us went from South Georgia, Russia, and went into Ukraine and went westward. Some of us went up in South Georgia, Russia, and went eastward into Russia. When you sit back and look at Russian icons are full of dark-skinned holy people that lived in Russia. This is how it started. It started with us in our settlements and our escaping our captors over years being in the Assyrian Empire. When you sit back and read in Isaiah, if I'm not mistaken, it's kind of going off the top of the dome. Last week we kind of read about how the Most High said that but the Assyrians weren't going to be in power for very long. The Assyrians were going to be in power just in totality for only 100 years. So they were at their peak, like mid 700s to the mid 600s, and that was when they started declining. So we didn't stay in the country of Assyria for a long period of time. Let me see.
You got that Black Madonna too in Poland.
No doubt, but see, all those people, Poland is on the way after you leave, and we're gonna go into this in 2 weeks or next week. Once you get through Ukraine, the next country is Poland. Our people were migrating northwestward that direction, and then other people that were in Gozan and Habor and Halab, they migrated towards Turkey. And the crazy thing is, we know that Israel got captured in 722 BC and got sent to Assyria. What they don't tell you is that shortly after that period of time, I don't know I'm going into this right now, but shortly after that period of time, there were two mysterious nations of people that appeared out of thin air. When you sit back and read about the Cimmerians, they said that the Cimmerians started manifesting themselves in the 700s. How the hell a nation of people just wake up and just become a nation of people in the 700s? And the 700 BC is right around the time when we started leaving and escaping Assyria. And at the same time that these magical, mysterious Cimmerians started coming out of nowhere, the Scythians started coming out of nowhere in the 700s too. And the Scythians were the ones who were known for going up through Russia and going east. Kawakab had a picture of a Russian map. I forgot, I was going to put that. Oh, here it is, right here. This is perfect. Listen, this is funny. 1 second. I'm going to put it on the screen so the world can see. One second, Joe. Wasn't sure if it was on the screen, but I just saw it. So
these are good points to go on to show people that read the Bible, that the Bible is a book of history.
Yeah.
And some people think the Bible is just it's just allegory and metaphors. This is concrete, stone cold history showing how the 9.5 tribes got to the Americas.
Now listen.
And the process of that.
Now I had mentioned about the Cimmerians, but alongside of the Cimmerians, there was this strange people called the Scythians. And all of a sudden, these peculiar Scythians started popping up in the 700s. At the same time that the Assyrians started losing control of their little areas and brackets all around the world. Now, I wish the image is super small for some reason, but you see these water areas. This is the Black Sea on the left, and the right is the Caspian Sea. Okay, if I'm correct. No, these are the two, Black and Caspian Sea. This is Crimea. That's the Caspian. That's the Black. In between is the Caucasus Mountains. Okay, you see the Roman Empire. You see a body of water to the right of it. That's the Black Sea. That's where Crimea is, in Ukraine. Then to the right is the Caspian Sea. And in between is the Caucasus Mountains, and that's where Georgia, Russia is.
Okay.
So we were near Parthia. Parthia is ancient Parthia, which is the Persian Empire. We were under the Caspian Sea, as we explained in this map. Caspian Sea, Israelite settlements, Media. That Caspian Sea is right here, where that body of water is. That's under Parthia. That's on top of Parthia. That's the Caspian Sea. That's where we were migrated at or stationed in captivity by the Assyrians. So now, over time, we escaped, and we'll go on to the proof of it later. And then simultaneously in the 700s, the late 600s, a people by the name of the Scythians are migrating their way up, starting at the Caucasus Mountains, working their way east and west. They just started changing their names as they started going westward and eastward. Certain Scythian people called themselves Tartars. Those are Israelites too. All these people started branching out after Israel came out of their captivity during the Assyrian Empire. Okay? So that's part of what we're going in today. I don't want to go too heavy. I was going to go focus on that next week. This week, I kind of want to focus on what I was going to say. What happened to us going to the Americas. But before I go there, let's go to 2 Kings 17 and 7.
Okay.
We're going to read to verse 23. Stop. Go into a little bit about how we were living in the land of Assyria. Then jump into the migration scenario. Let's go.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 7.
But that's a little taste about what we're going to be going into next week. A lot of good information. Hopefully y'all can come back and check that out. Let's go.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 7. For so it was that the children of Israel had sinned against the Most High their power, which had brought them up out of the land of Egypt from under the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and had feared other gods.
Okay.
And walked in the statutes of the heathen, whom the Most High cast out from before the children of Israel, and of the kings of Israel which they had made. And the children of Israel did secretly those things that were not right against the Most High their power. And they built them high places in all their cities, from the tower of the watchman to the fenced city. And
the tower of the watchman was when Gad, Reuben, and half of Manasseh made that watchtower to let everybody know not to forget them. Remember in the time of Joshua, they made that big watchtower, and everybody on the west of Jordan thought they were making idols. Yeah. So they came to fight them. They said, no, this is a watchtower made so that you don't forget that your brother's on the other side of Jordan too. Okay? So they're saying that there was wickedness from the watchtower all the way to the fenced cities of Samaria. Read on.
Verse 10. And they set them up images and groves in every high hill and under every green tree. And there they burnt incense in all the high places, as did the heathen, whom the Most High carried away from before them, and wrought wicked things to provoke the Most High to anger. For they served idols, whereof the Most High had said unto them, Ye shall not do this thing. Yet the Most High testified against Israel and against Judah by all the prophets and by all the seers, saying, Turn ye from your evil ways, and keep my commandments and my statutes, according to all the law which I commanded your fathers, and which I sent to you by my servants the prophets. Notwithstanding, they would not hear, but hardened their necks, like to the neck of their fathers, that did not believe in the Most High their power.
Mm-hmm.
And they rejected his statutes and his covenant that he made with their fathers, and his testimonies, which he testified against them. And they followed vanity, and became vain, and went after the heathen that were round about them, concerning whom the Most High had charged them that they should not do like them. And they left all the commandments of the Most High their power, and made them molten images, even to calves, and made a grove, and worshiped all the hosts of heaven, and served Baal.
So they're saying they went from the point of making molten images. They made calves. They called the Most High. They said the calves represent the Most High. Then they went from calling the calves the Most High to just straight going and doing groves and serving female deities in the groves. Then they went to sit back and worshiping the hosts of heaven, all the different idols that the nations followed. They worshiped everything. Then they worshiped Baal. They just progressively, the 9.5 tribes, just kept falling apart systematically, generation after generation after generation. And this is why they was at the point where they got shipped out and shipped around the world. Read on.
Verse 17.
I was also going to remind people of this. It wasn't just the 9.5 tribes that got sent to Assyria. We read 2 weeks ago, or last week, that a lot of Judites got wiped out. Remember during the time of Pekah? Remember when Pekah aligned himself with Rezin? Remember that? And Pekah and Rezin came down to fight Ahaz. And They didn't sit back and successfully overthrow Jerusalem, but they took surrounding cities around Jerusalem, and Pekah and his men took men and sent them up to Israel. But Rezin took people also. They said Pekah took like 200,000 Israelites captive and took them up to the northern kingdom. And northern kingdom officer said, no, Most High is going to destroy us if we do this. Send them back. So they sent them to the land of the palm trees, which was it was a city that what's the brother's name? Joshua set up when they crossed over. Anyway, the point is, the northern kingdom allowed the southern kingdom back into their land. I don't think it was Charlotte, it was another one.
Oh.
Point is, that's okay. Rezin took Israelites, Judah, and sent them to Syria. The problem was, shortly after Rezin did that, the Assyrian king took out Rezin. Why? Because Ahaz blew all the money and gave it to the Assyrian Empire to take out Rezin in Syria. But they took those people and sent them back to Assyria also. That means you had large numbers of Judites that got sent to Assyrian post also.
Does it say a number?
It didn't say a number.
Okay.
It said a number when it came to the people that went up to Israel. It said 200,000.
200,000.
But they said that Rezin was taking out cities too. And they took those men and they left. So Judah went up there with Israel up in these cities. Haran, Gozan, cities near Media. They were there also. They were there. Gad, Reuben, and half of Manasseh was there already. Naphtali was there already. So it was a lot of our people that was getting spread out there and eventually kicked out to further distance places. And over time, they started opening and selling out in places that were even further than Russia. They went to Russia, as far as Russia, and went all the way out to the land of the Gauls, which was in France and Britain and Spain and these Viking countries. That was our people. Okay, but it was a mixture. It was a mixture of Judah and all the other 9.5 tribes that were going that direction. So just saying, it wasn't just what do you call it, a war? The northern kingdom that went up to these spots in Assyria. Judah did too, and it goes back off that scenario when Rezin took Judites and sent them back to Syria, and then they got taken out and they got shipped up to Assyria. All these words you got to keep conscious of so you can kind of track where they went down the line. Continue in 2 Kings 17.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 17. And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire.
So Most High is like, all these bad things happened to the children because they were doing child sacrifices. And the funny thing is, that's going to be kind of how you know who you're dealing with when we got to the Americas. We were sitting back here and burning our children with the fire when we got to the Americas. We're doing those same negative things, whether it's the Aztecs, the Mayans, the Incans. That's what we were doing, because we were doing it in Israel. Read on.
And they caused their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire, and used divination and enchantments, and sold themselves to do evil in the sight of the Most High, to provoke him to anger. Therefore, the Most High was very angry with Israel, and removed them out of his sight. There was none left but the tribe of Judah.
When the Most High says he removed them out of his sight is fixated on what? Israel. The land of Israel. So when he removes them out of his sight, he's saying, I'm removing them out of where my focus is. I'm going to let you go ahead and be out in these other countries where my focus and intention never was at. That's what he means by removing him out of his sight. Read on.
Verse 19.
He says, there was none left but the tribe of Judah only. It's Judah, but it's also Benjamin and Levi. Okay? Now, a lot of times they'll sit back here and say that Levi went up with the 9.5 tribes. It's hard to prove that. It's hard to prove that Levi. Why is it hard to prove that Levi went up with the 9.5 tribes of Israel?
When it says that he removed them out of his sight, does it mean that he killed them?
No, like I said, his sight is fixated on the land of Israel.
Okay. Oh.
So moving him out of his sight, he removed him from that land.
Oh.
Yes.
That's where his sight was.
Okay.
Just to be more specific, 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 19 and 20, real quick.
Second Chronicles what?
2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 19. Verse 19 through 22.
2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 19.
Ah, shit. Well, give me a second. I gotta adjust this. All right.
2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 19. But if ye turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments.
And he'll be more specific and tell you how he'll root Israel away when he means out of his sight. That we read in 2 Kings. This is what he means in particular. Read on.
But if ye turn away and forsake my statutes and my commandments.
Which he's just explaining in 2 Kings 17 how the northern kingdom has constantly been breaking the Most High commandments, even resorting down to child sacrifice. Go ahead.
Which I have set before you, and shall go and serve other gods.
Go ahead.
And worship them.
Worship them.
Mm-hmm.
Then will I pluck them up by the roots out of my land.
And he says, I'm going to get you up out of, when he said, I'm going to take you out of my sight, he says, I'm going to remove you out of my land. I'm going to pluck you up out of my land. Read on.
Then I will pluck them up by the roots out of my land, which I have given them. And this house.
And this house, which is talking about what?
Israel,
but not just the house of Israel, but the house talking about what Solomon built for his name, which is where? Which is in Jerusalem, right?
Yeah.
So he says, I'm going to pluck you up and I'm going to take you away even from that house. Read on.
And this house, which I have sanctified for my name, will I cast out of my sight.
Go ahead.
And will make it to be a proverb and a byword among all nations.
He says, then people going to mock you. He said, they're going to make fun of you. Then you're going to be called niggas. You're going to be called spics. You'll be called porch monkeys. You'll be called immigrants. You're going to be called aliens, foreigners. You're going to be called all these different names. Read on.
Verse 21. And this house, which is high, shall be an astonishment to everyone that passeth by it. So that he shall say, why hath the Most High done thus unto this land?
He said, why did the Most High remove these people and destroy it like this? You know, we had several times where the nations, when they realized that the Most High wasn't defending us anymore, they came in and conquered the temple, you know, and polluted the temple, and kicked us out of the temple, and sacrificed swine's flesh in the temple, and all these abominable things. And he said, well, why did the Most High do this to these people? Why did he let these people be destroyed like this? Read on.
Why hath the Most High done thus unto this land and unto this house? And it shall be answered, because they forsook the Most High power of their fathers.
That's the answer. Read on.
Which brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, and laid hold on other gods.
And they started worshiping other gods. Go ahead.
And worshiped them, and served them. Therefore hath he brought all this evil upon them.
So that's what the Most High means when he said, I'm going to kick you out of my sight. I'm going to remove you out of my land, and the house that represented my name, he'll allow it to be polluted. All right? Let's go back to 2 Kings 17.
Okay.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 19. I'm sorry.
Well, I want to ask that question over again.
Okay.
Why did I say that it's hard to prove that Levi went with the 9.5 tribes?
It's because they were scattered amongst it.
I know I have that verse. I know I put this verse in here. I do not believe I didn't put that verse in here. I think I was thinking about it and never got to it. Does anybody have an answer for that question?
What's the question?
The question was, I made the mention that Levi, I don't believe Levi went with the 9.5 tribes. Why is that a possibly true statement? It was overall the history went over.
That's because they did. You saying that they wasn't
Levi
there?
didn't go with the 9.5 tribes in captivity.
Was they already in captivity with Judah? I'm far off.
Think about it. It starts off during the time of Jeroboam.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Didn't that's 1 Kings 12, right?
Somebody tell me why, man.
Was it because the priests that they established were not of the family of Levi?
Thank you. Remember Jeroboam started putting mean men in
Yep.
Yeah.
that weren't Levites,
Yep.
and that just were ambitious to just get rank and position, that didn't believe in the Most High.
Mhm.
And once Jeroboam, which was the king of the northern kingdom, started allowing anybody to be priest, what did the Levites do?
They left
They left.
and they went down south.
The
protested,
Levites
yeah.
went down south to lock in with the priesthood. So if all the Levites went down south, who was left up? Maybe a very small amount at the very least. It wasn't substantial, because all the Levites stayed down south. So when Assyria came and took them out, did they really take out the Levites? No, Levites were still south. Does that make sense?
That makes 1,000% sense.
I just be conscious of that. So when it says Judah only in 2 Kings chapter 17, it's talking about the southern kingdom only didn't get wiped out. Benjamin, Judah, and Levi were still in the south. Remnants of Judah got shipped out to Assyria, but it's hard to find out where Levi is in there. I can't prove it. Levi went down south and stayed with Judah.
They were rejected.
When they got kicked out, when they didn't push the Bible anymore up north, there was no more place for the Levites in their cities of refuge, or the little cities that were allocated for the northern kingdom. Does that make sense? Are we there? I just don't have the verse specifically offhand that talks about when Levi came down to the south, but it was there. And if I'm not mistaken, it was during the time of Rehoboam when they came down to the south.
Just 2 Chronicles 11, verse 14.
Let me see, because I want to bring that verse. I want to bring that verse out. You said 2 Chronicles 11 or 1 Chronicles 11?
2 Chronicles 11. Is it 14?
Yes, that's it. 2 Chronicles 11 and 13
Okay.
and 14.
2 Chronicles chapter 11, verse 13.
Let me type this in. Okay, read that.
2 Chronicles chapter 11, verse 13. And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel.
So, all the Levite priests that was up in the northern kingdom, because at this time, they started calling the northern kingdom Israel and the southern kingdom Judah. They started making that separation after the split. So now they're saying all the priests and Levites from the northern kingdom Israel resorted, read on.
And the priests and the Levites that were in all Israel resorted to him out of all their coasts.
They left all of their coasts, read on.
For the Levites left their suburbs.
The land now was allocated to Levi to live up north. Read on.
And their possessions.
And their possessions, the Most High ordained for them to live. They left their possessions. Levi left the north. Read on.
And came to Judah and Jerusalem.
There you go. They came to the south. All the Levites went to the south. So they didn't sit back here and catch the weight of the atrocities up north. Read on.
For Jeroboam and his sons had cast them off from executing the priest's office unto the Most High.
Jeroboam kicked the Levites out. So Levites went down south and migrated down south. So now when Shalmaneser takes out Hoshea in 722 BC, there ain't no Levites up there. Or there's very few. So they weren't part of that migration. Okay? Read on.
Verse 15.
No, that's all.
Okay.
No, that's all. We get that point, right?
Got it.
Read verse 17.
The 2 Kings or you?
Yep, Second Chronicles.
Also.
I'll read it.
My bad.
So they strengthened the kingdom of Judah and made Rehoboam the son of Solomon strong. 3 years. For 3 years they walked in the way of David and Solomon. So with the Levites coming down, they strengthened the country, and they were locking into the ways of Solomon for 3 years. But then Rehoboam went left, and it went bad from there. So that's why I said what I said in 2 Kings 17 about the fact that it was Judah, Benjamin, and Levi down south that were pretty much unscathed, whereas the northern kingdom got wiped out. Okay, let's keep going.
Back in Kings, right?
Yes, back in Kings, 2 Kings 17, verse 19 now.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 19. Also Judah kept not the commandments of the Most High their power, but walked in the statutes of Israel, which they made.
There were different spans of time when the southern kingdom was breaking laws too. Like I said earlier, Hezekiah's father Ahaz was breaking laws and going crazy. And I would imagine that those people that got captured by Rezin were doing negative also. That's why they got shipped out of the southern kingdom. Okay, whether it was Ahaz, different Judite kings went left for certain periods of time, but in the south there was at least a balance of good kings and bad kings there. And because there was still some virtue in the leadership, the Most High spared the southern kingdom. Okay? But in the northern kingdom, nobody was doing right. The only guy that did halfway right was Hosea, and it was because he allowed the influence of the south to come to the north, just for that short period of time before he fell. Okay, so let's keep going.
Verse 20. And the Most High rejected all the seed of Israel, and afflicted them, and delivered them into the hand of spoilers, until he had cast them out of his sight.
But you see how the captivity was elevated based off Israel's rebellion. They rebelled. Obviously, this whole chapter 17 explains how we rebelled against the Most High, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then also, because we rebelled against the Most High sent the Assyrian Empire to make us vassals. But we lost our position of vassals to being straight slaves because we rebelled against the leaders that made us vassals. So the more we rebelled, the worse our situation got. The Most High allowed the Assyrians to make us vassals to humble us in hopes that we change. But we sat back here and was like, hell no, we won't go. And just got more rebellious, and then we did go. We went all the way to Assyria.
But we provoke the Most High to this anger.
That's the point.
It's not that the Most High wants to be evil towards us. It's that we provoke him constantly to where he has to smite us. Let me get this real quick. Baruch chapter 1. You had your hand up, Ike. What do you say?
I just want to ask a question. Is that the scriptures that the Jehovah's Witness and the other religions use to say that Israel has been cast away, not our chosen people no more, when it says cast out of the sight?
Gotcha.
Baruch
chapter 4, Baruch chapter 4, start at verse 6.
Okay. Page 105. Baruch chapter 4, verse 6.
Read that.
Ye were sold to the nations.
They say you were what?
Ye were sold to the nations.
Go ahead.
Not for your destruction.
So the Most High, he was trying to be patient with us.
What? I'm sorry.
4, Baruch chapter 4, verse 16. 4, 6.
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening for a second.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Read that.
Baruch chapter 4, verse 6. Ye were sold to the nations.
Go ahead.
Not for your destruction.
So even with us being vassals, it wasn't for the purpose of us being destroyed. But we kept getting rebellious. So the Most High had to heighten up the punishment. Then we had to become slaves. But even the slavery wasn't for our destruction. Right? Even like now, we've been in slavery for 400 years plus. You know, whether it's Europe, Spanish-speaking Caucasians, English-speaking Caucasians, French-speaking Caucasians, Italian-speaking Caucasians, Portuguese-speaking Caucasians. We still under slavery, but even that slavery is not for our destruction. But the Most High had to punish us. Read on.
You were sold to the nations, not for your destruction, but because ye moved the Most High to wrath.
Because we always constantly provoke the Most High to more and more grievous wrath because of our rebellion. Read on.
Ye were delivered unto the enemies.
It said we were what?
Delivered unto the enemies.
The Most High had these very base, low-level people. The nations that conquered us are very base, low-level nations. Read on.
Verse 7. For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils.
Every time we sacrifice to who?
Devils.
The Most High got to bring some slavery on us. Every time we got to do some devilish activities, the Most High has to bring other nations and put us under captivity. He has to make it harder on us. Our life has to become harder because we choose to not want to give up on doing the things that the Most High calls sacrificing the devil. Whether it's putting up the damn Christmas trees in the house, singing Christmas carols, whether it's putting kids in Halloween costumes,
drugs,
or whether it's drugs and sorcery, which is sorcery. We still want to keep doing what we want to do. So the Most High has to constantly increase the punishment because we constantly provoke the Most High to bring punishment upon us. Read that last part.
For ye provoked him that made you by sacrificing unto devils, and not to the Most High.
All the Most High has been asking throughout history is for us to just be obedient. That's all He's been asking for.
Yeah.
Just be obedient. Life would be so much better if we learn how to follow.
That's a lot to ask. That's a lot to ask, bro. So listen, let's go back to where we're at in Kings. Then we're going to jump to Leviticus again real quick. We might not even get to the nitty-gritty of the class, but we're going to do our best. Let's keep going.
2 Kings chapter 17, verse 21.
Read that, sir.
For he rent Israel from the house of David, and they made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following the Most High, and made them sin a great sin.
Mm-hmm.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam which he did. They departed not from them, until the Most High removed Israel out of his sight, as he has said by all his servants the prophets. So was Israel carried away out of their own land into Assyria unto this day.
Now listen, Mike, you had mentioned about how certain churches say that, you said it was Jehovah's Witnesses?
Yeah, I remember my uncle's a Jehovah's Witness, and when I was trying to give him that truth about 20 years ago, that's the scripture he pulled.
Exactly. Now the cool thing is, they're going to pull that scripture and say that the Most High, when we got moved out of his sight, right? That means we were sitting back here. He cut us off totally, right? That's what they say, is that the 9.5 tribes got cut off totally after this move. We're going to go real quick to Leviticus 26 and 31 to disprove that statement.
What is it again?
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 31 down.
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 31. And I will make your cities waste, and bring your sanctuaries unto desolation.
All of our idolatrous sanctuaries were going to be destroyed. All of our cities were laid waste. Samaria was laid waste. All the cities in Reuben, Gad, and Manasseh were laid waste. Ephraim was laid waste. Dan was laid waste. It was all laid waste. Read on.
And I will not smell the savor of your sweet odors.
Read on.
And I will bring the land into desolation, and your enemies which dwell therein shall be astonished at it.
They're going to be astonished at where it was versus where it is now. Read on.
And I will scatter you among the heathen.
What do you think has happened? What do you think? This is prophecy about us being scattered amongst the heathen, us scattered amongst the Assyrian Empire. Read on.
And will draw out a sword after you.
Exactly. That means a lot of people died, whether it was in the siege, the famine process, or the walk and the trek all the way down to the land. Many people died. Read on.
And your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbath.
But this is the only way the land can enjoy the Sabbath.
Wow.
This is the only way that the city can find spiritual rest and peace, is if you take wicked ass people out the city. He's like Jerusalem or Samaria in the northern kingdom, that land needs some rest. Because you got to defile the city. And the only way to save the countryside from the sin and the innocent blood that's being shed is to take these wicked people out of the land. Read on.
Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lieth desolate.
He says, as long as it's desolate, y'all can't be committing sins on the Sabbath. Y'all be killing babies on the Sabbath. Y'all be sitting back here and defiling the land. At least the land can have rest.
That's no different than tearing down a crack house in Detroit and leaving the land bare.
That's peace. Let it be peaceful.
Let it be peaceful.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. I was just
Versus
watching that.
debauchery up there in these cities, huh?
You know what they're doing in Detroit? They're for the homeowners that are keeping their houses up. They're tearing down all the houses around them and giving that one house all the land on that whole street.
That's true. I just saw that.
For being responsible.
Yeah.
For being responsible and accountable for your neighborhood.
That's better than having dope fiends right there all around you, man.
It's better than having one good house and 15 bad houses. Another one good house, 15 bad houses. One good house, 15 bad houses.
Or one house and 15 empty lots. I already have empty lots.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
That's right.
That's the Most High saying the same thing. I'd rather the land be with nobody on it than for y'all to pollute it.
Exactly. Then they start putting tents up on there. Then it's gonna be another problem. That's another day. You know that's coming next. It's gonna be 10 cities.
10 cities.
You can't stop them then, bro. What you gonna do?
They gonna
go to the lot down the way.
They got all the catalytic converters in the tent.
Oh my goodness. You know it's gonna be that way. It's gonna be nothing but tents. Tents the further the eye can see. Get out that house now. You better sell that house.
Hey, but can I say something? I'm not gonna curse. I just saw that, Detroit there's a thing you can watch. It says these are places not to go, no go zones. And Detroit that you're talking about, you can actually go. It's a TV thing, and it says these are the places not to go. Detroit, what you was talking about, not to go zone. And they showed it one person living, and all the houses are desolate. I was just watching that.
No, they're not desolate. Somebody in them.
Drug dealers.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. They in them, stealing all the copper out of them. But that's what the Most High said. He'll rather let it just grow on its own and just be barren than have some crime committed on it, sins committed on it. That's how people do.
God. Listen, so let's keep going. Our sins have sat back here and established gentrification. All the wicked things that our people have done is why we're in these jacked up predicaments. It is. We can sit back here and talk about Edomites all we want to do. And we know he is a bad man, a bad man. But he's doing what he's supposed to do, and we're not doing what we're supposed to do. He is playing his role of the wicked.
You ain't lying about that, huh?
And we jealous of him. We want to be like him. And we mad that he's oppressing us. You're like, I'm supposed to be doing wicked. Why are you being wicked? Why are you trying to be like me? Why don't you try to be righteous? And we wonder why our life is hard. It's crazy, We're supposed to be the righteous people. We want to run these streets and be gangsters like they is. Gangsters with less power. Shooting like this. And if you know you this, come on, what are you doing? Hey, you punching the gun. Like this don't work. It's horrible.
With the left hand.
Yeah, like this. And then you are like, I'm afraid. I'm just flying. What kind of craziness is this,
A prideful shit.
Golly, we're a bunch of amateurs, Anyway, let's continue. What you gonna say,
Edomite came up in a store years ago, saw the fringes. He was like, "Oh, that's what's up, man. Just don't mess it up this time."
Wow.
And you know what we're doing? We're messing it up. How about that one? And we're messing it up. That's a nation. As a nation, we mess it up all the time. But let's keep going, man. So where are we at? Leviticus 26 and 34.
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 34. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lieth desolate, and ye be in your enemy's land.
He's like, man, I pleaded with you so long, you kept defiling my land. That was his land. He said, I'm doing this for the land's sake.
Yep.
That's crazy. Read on,
Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths.
Enjoy peace. There'll be peace on this land now. Read on.
As long as it lieth desolate, it shall rest.
This is why the Most High had to take us away from the land. For the land to have peace, We were going to be nothing but chaotic individuals that was going to tear up everything that was in front of us. and not appreciate it and defile the land. Read on.
Because it did not rest in your Sabbaths when ye dwelt upon it.
When you dwelt on it, you weren't operating on the Sabbath. You were sitting back here and just being destructive everywhere you went. Yes, sis?
We do that now. You know, it's like one black person moved in the neighborhood. What do they say? They'll go to the neighborhood.
I hope it ain't that bad no more.
No, it is. She's nailing it.
Not in all the neighborhoods, Zach. Not in all of them, man.
And that grass ain't getting cut.
Well, I'm gonna say this: the grass is gonna be a little high. You got some black folks neighborhood. It will not get cut every 2 weeks. It will not get cut every 2 weeks, or it might get cut, but the edge up job ain't gonna be there. It'll be cut, and the edges are like this. The weeds kind of out like this. Ain't gonna be no weed to use, bro. Listen, the trees ain't gonna be trimmed. They will not be trimmed. The trees will not be trimmed, and it will not be as you're used for like a month.
One refrigerator on the porch. 5 cars out. 2 of
She's
them.
nailing it.
Three of the cars don't work. 3 of the cars don't work on, and why they parked there then?
Can I say something?
1 second. Listen, those things are true. Those things are true. Listen, there will be at least one broken down car on the property, and don't have a big backyard because you'll have 2 in the back.
That's real.
And I'm telling you, those are all facts, man. Those are that's sad, but it's true.
I got one right there.
There's no edge ups, none of that. Crazy, loud dogs are. Anyway, no, but dogs that are not trained. Israel is infamous for dogs that are not trained.
There's always mutts around. They're not purebred.
No purebred, nothing. They just barking and yelling, and they break out. They break out of the backyard because the fence is messed up. The fence is, they dig under the fence. They biting the fence out. You don't replace the fence; it costs too much money.
Yeah, trash can lid blocking the.
Oh man, exactly. Oh my gosh, classic.
Like it's part of the fence.
It's what we call is nigger rig. There's a bunch of things that ain't supposed to be there. Odd parts and pieces put in the house just to make sure you preempt issues from happening. It's always the cheap way to get things done. I get it. I get it. I too understand that. What you gonna say, Mike?
Well, let's narrow it down. The sister has nailed it. I live in a cul-de-sac with all Edom. Judah just came. I'm thinking Judah gonna move in. Judah living in a. I'm thinking a U-Haul. Okay, all right. He's a U-Haul with no furniture in it. He's living in the U-Haul in front of my house with infants running around. He go the cul-de-sac gone down already. I was okay when Esau was there. Man, they never moved in. They was just sitting out there. Just I don't know, something must have happened. They couldn't go in. But the sister nailed it. The sister nailed it.
In the U-Haul.
Living in the U-Haul in the cul-de-sac. That's why I say we narrowed it down. When you say the neighborhood, the cul-de-sac has went down. Baby diapers all in front of the house. I mean, it's just happened yesterday.
So my question is, like, did the U-Haul people call us and say, this U-Haul has not made it back. It's been a month.
No, it's been there for 2 weeks now, and they finally left. And then the neighbors was feeding the baby. So I'm thinking they moving in, right? Man, here we go. The cul-de-sac was all nice. I'm
worried about that U-Haul truck, guys. Listen. I was worried. Like, what about the U-Haul? That's got to go back. It's only 2 days.
And not just that, but fighting. Brother, just got in the premises. MF this, all in front of the neighborhood. And I'm just like, what the hell is going on? They never moved in. I don't see no furniture.
That's when you need a Karen to call out. Somebody got to call out. Somebody got snitched out.
They got him out.
There you go. Somebody snitched on him out.
Go right down.
But this is the Most High. This is what the Most High is saying. Israel don't keep no peace nowhere. Right? It's hell and it's wickedness. Babies is dying, and listen. They were just going. Listen, I get the point. What you're saying. In this arena, spiritually, we didn't uphold the standard the Most High had for us, and consequently, the earth had to suffer because of it. Okay, let's keep going, man.
2 Chronicles, Leviticus chapter 26, verse 36.
It's funny, man. It's sad and funny at the same time.
Verse 36. And upon them that are left alive of you, I will send a faintness into their hearts, in the lands of their enemies.
So listen, that means many are going to die, and then you're going to be a servant in another person's land. There's going to be faintness and fear and weakness. But that was the whole purpose of taking you out of your country. Now you're in a whole new territory, a whole new arena that you got to adjust and adapt to. Read on.
And the sound of a shaken leaf shall chase them, and they shall flee, as fleeing from a sword, and they shall fall when none pursue it.
So he was going to take away our strength for a period of time, our courage for a period of time. Read on.
And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword.
He says they're going to fall one upon another. So they're in a foreign land, and who are they going to fight? Each other. What do you think we're doing now? What do you think the jail system is? Oh, we're just fighting our brothers. Whether it's black on black crime, Issachar on Issachar crime, black on Issachar crime. We take all of our frustration out on us. Versus where it's supposed to be is on the individual about why they're not connected to the Most High. But all this is prophecy. We're falling on one another like we're going to fall on a sword. Read on.
And they shall fall one upon another, as it were before a sword, when none pursue it.
It's like we're going to kill each other like we're in war. Like we're in war times. And there's no reason. This is, but nobody's pursuing you. There's no reason to start these fights. There's no reason to kill each other. But we're killing each other anyway. This is the curses, and this is how you know this is talking about us. And this is talking about us through each captivity that we've gone through. Whether it's the northern kingdom with Assyria, or the southern kingdom of Judah with Babylon, or when the Romans took us out and we got shipped over to Africa and Rome, or us getting sent from Africa to the Americas. Either way, this is the same reoccurring theme that happens when we rebel. Read on.
And ye shall have no power to stand before your enemies.
Yep.
And ye shall perish among the heathen, and the land of your enemies shall eat you up.
God.
And that includes the prison system.
I know. Let's continue.
And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies.
You know, in your enemies' lands. He said, the ones that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' land. Which means we went to these countries like Assyria, and we didn't change, we got worse. We didn't sit back and come back and start serving the Most High. We started acclimating ourselves to the Assyrian beliefs. So now we got this hodgepodge of basic concepts of serving the Most High that we knew from back in the day, mixed with the idolatry of our forefathers, then mixed with the Assyrian idolatry. He says that's how we're pining away. We're pining away spiritually, to the point where Israel started calling themselves Scythians, Cimmerians, Indians, Cherokee, Aztecs, Incans. We start giving ourselves all these different names and disconnecting ourselves from who we really were. Having different broken Hebrew, broken languages. All of us, this is just examples of us pining away and disconnecting ourselves from our power source. Read on.
Verse 39. And they that are left of you shall pine away in their iniquity in your enemies' lands, and also in the iniquities of their fathers shall they pine away with them.
He says, you're going to sit back here. Now that you're out of my land and out of my sight, you're going to pine away in the traditions of your fathers. Pine away into their old habits. Now, you're not even in your power source, to where you can sit back and come back to your strength. Now you're cut off. The cut off part, my is cutting off from the spiritual connection that you once had with the Most High. Now you're in the realm of all these other countries operating like them, trying to function on the earth. So the Most High didn't cut us off. He just cut us off from our spiritual power source. Now we're acting like the nations around us. Now we got to figure it out the way we got to figure it out.
Now we got togas on. Now we're Moors.
Or now we're these wandering. What you read about is a lot of these 9.5 tribes, when they left Assyria, they began being these like nomadic peoples that had little base stations, but they would go and just ravage and take out cities and countries. Take them, rob them, go back to their land. Rob them, take them, go invade cities, bring it back to their homes. They just became nomadic wanderers, just like Gad did. Well, what do you think Gad was doing? They were being nomadic wanderers.
Yeah.
That's what we became once we got disconnected from our power source in Israel. Let's continue.
Verse 40. If they shall confess their iniquity and the iniquity of their
He
fathers.
says, even then, when you're out of, this is talking about in verse 40, you're already out of your country.
Yep.
You're already displaced. The Most High has already removed them from his sight for the sake of giving his land time to breathe and rest. Even then, so years later, 10, 15, 20, 100, 300 years later, if they confess their iniquities. Read on.
And the iniquity of their fathers,
Yep.
with their trespass, which they trespass against me, and that also they have walked contrary unto me,
Read on.
and that I also have walked contrary unto them, and have brought them into the land of their enemies, if then their uncircumcised hearts be humbled, and they then accept of the punishment of their iniquity.
So if they own up to their sin, and they acknowledge why they're in their condition, they got to acknowledge that I put you in this condition. It's not the white man's fault. It's not the Assyrians' fault. It's not the Romans' fault. It's not the Greeks. Stop blaming them. He said, and that I have walked contrary to them. Stop blaming the nations. Acknowledge your sin, and acknowledge the Most High's got me in my condition because of my wickedness. And if I accept those things, then what happens? Verse 42.
Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob.
So this proves that the Most High never cut us off in totality.
Right.
He just said you're going to be going to all these different countries, pining away, following the traditions of your forefathers. Whether the traditions is being a Celtic pagan, a Druid. We were Celtics. We were sitting back here being Vikings. We had all these different crazy approaches to life. You're going to pine away in your weird beliefs.
I got that definition of pine. Pine, to languish, to lose flesh or wear away under any distress of anxiety of mind.
Because you're sitting back here living pagan lifestyles now. Now you're in pagan world now. You're going to pine away in your pagan beliefs. And what about Sparta? We know Israelites were Spartans, but Spartans were weirdos too. Spartans did weird stuff together. The men were doing weird stuff.
Yeah.
They were awesome warriors, and they was doing some Fagano stuff. That's what was happening. Our people were in Greece being wicked. Our people were in the land, were in Spain. We were Gauls being wicked. Listen, when the Romans took over the Gauls that were in France, they're like, these guys are these weirdo tribes, doing weird, out of order type things, We had disconnected ourselves from the Most High's beliefs. So we're pining away, but he says, even with that, if you acknowledge what you've done, if you acknowledge your lifestyle, and acknowledge the Most High's got you where you're at because of his anger towards you, he says, I will remember my covenant with you. Read verse 42 again.
Verse 42. Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land.
You know what's crazy? Israel was so disconnected, and they were spread out. The only things they remember were that they were sons of Isaac. They were sons of Abraham. That's all they remember at a certain point. I was sons of Isaac. I was sons of Jacob. I was a son of Abraham. You have certain of these British names. You know, Brit means covenant. They were covenant men. The Spanish, and when people in Spain were referred to as Iberians. Iber is derogatory of Eber. They were the children of the past. We had very limited remembrance of the Most High being with us. But he said, listen, if you guys remember me, I'll remember you.
No different than if we start studying the camp. We start studying for about 3-6 months, bros go crazy, houses go even crazier, and that information starts to evaporate.
That's true.
That's how it happens in us. When we start studying, your behavior starts to spike.
That's right.
Why are you acting like this, huh? I haven't been studying.
But have you imagine 10 generations,
Yeah.
5 generations of people that don't read books and don't read the Bible.
Yeah.
And what happens to them, how they've withered away and eroded mentally and spiritually.
You can tell we got really off. Look at the origin stories
Yeah.
of all the native tribes. They have these strange, pseudo-biblical origin stories. When you look at Issachar, they have the Popol Vuh. I'm not going to go into
That's
it.
Guatemala, Central America.
Hey, my Slovakia, I just know it's there. My bad. All right. People looking at
I just want to make
crazy.
sure specifically, the Popol Vuh was Central America.
Well, Popol Vuh in Zebulon, right? So the Popol Vuh gives you the
That's here
story.
too.
It gives you the story of Genesis.
Mhm.
It's just their broken form.
And they talk about the flood.
Con.
Popol Vuh explains the flood.
Con.
But it's not very distinct because Israel was so bad, they lived off of
Oral traditions.
stories. Exactly. Oral traditions. They weren't writing things down. It was so bad, and we're going to have to go into this next week because we have a whole laundry list of books that go into how in Michigan, my English settlers ended up talking to the Michigan Native Americans, and they said, "Yeah, we have these books that were buried, and here are these books." Now I'm talking like Native American. I'm Native American, so I can talk like that. If I was Judah, it might be kind of offensive,
do
but I
that.
got Native American blood in me, so I can sit back and say there are books here in that were in the ground. I can't read these books. So the white man took the book, and the books were the first 5 books of the damn Bible. These books we cannot read. The languages are too much for us. We don't know them. I'm being sarcastic and silly, but Gad had the first 5 books of the Bible, and they were so detached from reading the scriptures, they couldn't read the words.
It was alien to us, but we knew how to follow the buffalo, follow the Great Spirit.
We were
do the
expert
dances,
hunters.
Do the dances and the gatherings. We knew the
The
gatherings.
medicine man would get high on
Yeah,
peyote,
zooted,
bro,
zooted.
and they sit back and do their little spiritual walks to see the animals,
also-
animal spirit they was in.
Also, we knew how to stay connected to our superstitions too.
Yes.
Because that's
That's
one
facts.
thing that
We were very
Gad,
proficient.
Gad, no matter what broken form that we were in or fallen state we were in, disconnected from our country and our roots, we still know how to keep our damn superstitions, man.
Yep.
And that's something that we never want to give up. That's hard to give up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Them damn superstitions. Man.
So listen, with all that being said, the Most High is like, if we come back to Him, He will remember us.
Yes.
So to answer your question, all these religions that say the Most High turned His back on Israel, no, He just let them run their course until they were ready to come back to Him. And that's why we're here now. The Most High is reawakening us.
And that's diminished state.
But you know, that both of us, all the tribes, are diminished. Now we're going to come back to the Most High to get right. Listen, 42. We're going to read to the end of this chapter, and then we're going to read Tobit, and then we're going to shut it down.
Okay. Leviticus chapter 26, verse 42. Then will I remember my covenant with Jacob, and also my covenant with Isaac, and also my covenant with Abraham will I remember, and I will remember the land.
He's going to remember the land. He's going to remember the covenant. He's going to remember the people. Read on.
The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lieth desolate without them, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity.
Listen, that is such an important aspect to repentance. Too many of us don't want to accept the punishment for what we've done. We want to be angry and despondent about why my life is the way it is. Why am I going through what I've gone through? Why is my life so hard?
Where's the Lord?
Most High is not fair. Most High is not just. You had a hand up, sir?
Yeah, so it starts with confession.
It starts with confession, but it also deals with acceptance. It's one thing to confess your iniquity, confess your wrongdoing, but then after that, do you accept the punishment? Do you accept why the Most High was so hard on you? Do you accept that you had to lose the things you lost because you didn't earn it, you didn't deserve it? You were supposed to lose the things you lost?
Acceptance.
You were supposed to have a hard time in your life?
Acceptance also is the fact that I stopped blaming other people.
That's the point.
And I stopped blaming situations for the evil that I've done. Because the scripture says a sinful man will always find an excuse according to his way. So I'll always create an excuse to why I had to do what I had to do. And we'll always justify our sin as if sin is justifiable. And we'll say, well, my back is against the wall. I had to do this.
Yeah.
I had no other choice. I had no other option. As if sin is mandatory. You know what I'm saying?
There's ever a reason for me to do negative.
Right, but that's not true. So that's why that acceptance of the Most High's punishment means I acknowledge that I caused this situation and the Most High to be against me. I brought the Most High against me because I acknowledge my doings. If it's never my fault, then I'm the victim. Then I'll never change.
You'll never get fixed, man.
I'll never change because I'm always looking at it's other people's fault, it's other people's doing, and so I'll never look at me and say, you know what, I brought this on myself.
Make your bed, lay in it.
Yeah.
But then it's only up to what's going on with you, and then the repentance comes in.
Repentance is
and
the
then
change.
It's easier to change.
Repentance is the change. The repentance is the change, and also never going back to what I was doing that brought the sin in the first place. That's what a real repentance is anyway. It's not a temporary thing. A real repentance is a permanent change.
And see, that's what people don't teach when you talk about the baptism concept. When people got dipped in water, that was them saying, I'm never going back to that world again. Listen, a brother now go get dipped in water, he's going to club tonight and get some Black and Milds tonight. It's a nasty cherry Black and Milds out here. And he's in that club, he's turning up, right after you get dipped in water, because our values of what it means to change is completely off kilter. So here we are. Read verse 43 again. Leviticus 26:43.
Verse 43. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despise my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes.
That is what the acceptance is. I gotta accept that I'm in my situation because I hated righteousness. I hated doing things the right way. And can you own up to it? That there's a part of me that loves that sin.
Yep.
And that's why I fall. There's part of me that loves that wickedness. He says, because they despise my judgment. But that's what the Most High is waiting for us to acknowledge. Is that we really have a problem with the Most High. It has nothing to do with what would happen to me and what's not fair. No, what accepting your punishment is you accepting that you love the negative that you did.
Yeah.
And you love that and prefer that over pleasing the Most High. What you gonna say?
And I gotta pull this right here. Proverbs 1, verse 22 and 23. Simple scripture. It says, how long, ye simple ones, will ye love simplicity? Simple also implies that the person has no real long-term, downrange consideration. We be living for the moment and don't look at how the moment, operating the moment and living and submitting to our impulses and not accepting our condition, where it leads us to downturn. A simple person won't look down the line. It says, oh, ye simple ones, how long will you love simplicity? And scorners delight in their scorning. A scorner is a person that wants to argue and fight. But they argue with actual people, or they're arguing inside themselves.
But that scorner wants to paint somebody else as the victim. Or the instigator.
Yes.
The scorner wants to say, you're the problem, and I'm only reacting to what you're doing. But the humble person is saying, it was me that did it, and it wasn't this person that forced me to do it. It was me that wanted to do it, and I used you to justify what I wanted to do.
You made me do it, right? It says, and fools hate knowledge. This is why we stop studying. This is why we stop following counsel, because the information we're getting is not what we want to hear. It's about the palate of our ears. Verse 23. Turn you at my reproof. Behold, I will pour out my spirit unto you. The Most High gives you more counsel, more class, more scriptures, more bad signs, more near-death car accidents or near-death experiences. We know about that, right?
Yeah.
More bad letters in the mail.
Bad news, right?
The more bad news. This gets worse and worse and
And
worse.
the Most High starts framing the evil that he has against you. He starts setting it up. He starts customizing and tailor making the evil. Because they're just like, brother, you never believe what happened to me. Like you always got a strange story to tell.
You sit my hand doing this.
Yeah, you're like.
Oh really?
Like.
Tell me more about your problems.
Because it's strange because why is the Most High doing it to you and you only?
Yeah.
Why is the Most High customizing this evil for you? Then what are you doing to the Most High? We don't think about that. We always think about it's some strange, crazy. You're never gonna believe this story. You're never gonna believe this nightmare. You're never gonna believe this dream. You're never gonna believe this what's happening. But I do believe it because you're provoking the Most High and you're bringing him against you. And that's why the Most High is customizing this drama. He's customizing this evil against us. But that's us.
Kinda. So.
I gotta pull right here real fast. Because you had pulled this last week, Sean, this concept. Haggai 2:17. I'll read it. It says, I smote you with blasting and with mildew and with hail in all the labors of your hands. When the Most High stops blessing your labors, when he stops blessing your efforts, that directly comes from the Father. It says, yet ye turn not to me, saith the Lord.
Yep.
I'm cursing the work of your hands, I'm cursing your endeavors, and I'm not blessing what you're putting your spirit into. And
what we end up doing is going to Egypt. We go use our strengths. We tap into our resources and our power to fix a problem versus stopping, sitting still, and going back to the Most High.
That's it.
Okay. So let's continue. Leviticus 26 and 43 again. This verse hits.
Leviticus chapter 26, verse 43. The land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbaths, while she lie desolate without them. And they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because they despised my judgments, and because their soul abhorred my statutes.
Read on.
And yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away.
He says, even with all that wickedness, I'm not going to let these guys just disintegrate. Because what they like to say is, well, they went to Assyria and the people just faded out.
It just disappeared.
It just poof. Yeah. That's not the case. He said, I'm not going to sit back and turn my back even when they get to Assyria. They will live on. The problem is they just kept pounding away in their identity and started being more detached as to who they are. That's why most scholars and scientists, when they start dealing with when they start dealing with trying to figure out the lost 12 tribes, all they go into is their characteristics. And do their characteristics match Israelites of the day? And that's the best way they can tap into it. So when we go on to next week, we're going to go heavily into the Native Americans, the tribe of Issachar, and the South Americans, to kind of parallel how their old ways parallel the Israelites in the scriptures. And that's how we're going to kind of show that even Issachar and Central America had their own stories of how they got to the Americas from the east. So we're going to go into a lot of that information that ties in our people, the 9.5 tribes, with the nation of Israel. But on top of that, these other scholars, they do the same type of research with the native peoples of Scythia and the Gamarians. They sit back here and say the Scythians have the same spiritual standards as Native Americans. They say the Scythians don't eat pork. The Scythians have their beards. They said the Oriental people, they used to sit back here and they were clean shaven. But the Scythians had beards and long hair. What does that sound like? Sound like us. And they don't eat pork. And they have a lot of characteristics as Native Americans in Americas and Issachar in Central and South America wrote it.
And why is this relevant? Why is it so important? Because being a Hebrew Israelite is not just a black thing. It's not just only black people. If you're dark skin, you're the only Jews. There's a lot of people online, and probably physical too, because they're not just living online. But this is a branch of our people. I'm gonna push this black only concept. That's a lie. That's not based in the original teaching either. It was not based in the original teaching. It's not based in facts. It's not based on quality research. It's based off a person's personal opinion and what they want to believe.
Yep.
And it creates a lot of division in the nation. So this is also very important. This substantiates and proves and validates that your so-called Mexicans, Argentinians, Brazilians, so-called Native Americans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, Central Americans, that the Dominicans, that these people are legitimate tribes of Israel. All the tribes, I even heard one time, this was the craziest thing in the world. I heard they said we discovered the tribe of Issachar in Africa. I'm like, you ain't built nothing out there. Ain't nothing built out there. There's nothing out there built out. You're like, we discovered them. But it's no, bro. Listen, there's 12 tribes, and they don't all look the exact, and they all have that black phenotype.
And they all were scattered in different places. When it says, when the curse was moving over the four corners of the earth, we went to the four corners of the earth. There was Israelites in Russia, Israelites in the Germanic tribes area, which was around the Norris areas, the Scandinavian areas. You had Israel that was in Western Europe. You had Israel that was in India. You had Israel that was all the way to Japan and China. These are real things. Israel made it to Africa. Israel made it to the Americas. We're going to go into all of it as much as we possibly can, but the problem is that Israel is narrow-minded.
Yeah.
They're very narrow-minded. I was reading it today or yesterday about Nadab on the ball, and they said Nabal was it churlish?
Churlish.
And churlish is narrow-minded and single-minded.
That's us.
And a lot of our people they want to sit back and study just to prove something that they see, and they're not willing to sit back and let the scriptures show them where to go.
It also been greedy too.
Yeah.
I want to hoard everything up for me.
And I want to create doctrines that only benefit me.
Yep.
That's the whole point. But let's continue. Let's finish this off. We're in Leviticus 26 and verse what now, sir?
45.
Read that.
Actually, we can finish it at 44, my bad.
Okay.
Verse 44. And yet for all that, when they be in the land of their enemies, I will not cast them away.
Exactly. Read on.
Neither will I abhor them.
So, and neither will he abhor them. Because when you read about the Scythians and Gamarians and Native Americans, they got back on their feet, just like the Southern Kingdom. They got back on their feet and started thriving in different cities and different situations.
But they weren't the same. Information.
They just weren't the same spiritually.
Yeah.
They weren't the same mentally. They didn't have the same spiritual virtues that they once had.
And we're the same.
Now they were just a diminished nation that still had ability. The most they can give up on them, but they're not the same. Read on.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up. What it is Israel is okay with being economically stable and spiritually unstable.
Yeah.
We're content with that.
And that's what we end up being. We just became warriors and fighters that had societies, but weren't spiritually stable. So now he says, I will not cast them away. Read on.
I will not cast them away. Neither will I abhor them.
Meaning I'm not going to sit back and make their life after being sent out just to be horrible. Forever. Read on.
Neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly.
Because if you think about even the Assyrians, when the Assyrians lost their power and empire, like 100 years after, or in between this 100-year process when Israel was captured, if I'm losing my empire, what's the first thing I'm going to cut off my payroll? Me and look at a spreadsheet, an expense account, and I'm trying to keep my kingdom together. Am I going to keep these slaves that they got to feed out? I got some big ass expenses to keep these damn hundreds of thousands of people fed every damn day long. I'm not getting these guys out of here, bro. I'm saving money.
Cutting that welfare off.
I'm cutting welfare off. I'm slashing prices. Get out of here, man. You got it. You want to get out? Go. If I'm trying to save my empire, I got to keep Nineveh. I got to keep my treasured Assyrian countries. Forget these guys. Now it's the Assyrian man's burden instead of the white man's burden. It's the Assyrian man's burden. Is these 9.5 tribes up here?
I gotta take care of these.
Eating and wrestling and fighting and shit out. Like, get these men out of here, right? So we can so we can keep Assyria great again, right?
Yeah, make it.
It's the same damn thing, right? Hey, get these guys out of here so I can keep my country going.
Burning taxpayers' money.
That's the point off these people that we ain't even getting nothing from the country anymore. What am I trying to say? The Most High is like, I'm not going to sit back here and permanently destroy these people, but they're spiritually tampered.
And I mean, there's one point too. You look at right in these certain countries that are Democratic owned, obviously, the whole point is that as the economy gets harder, you got a lot of Judah out there going hard, just doing super group flash robberies, like 30 people, 40 people deep. We're tapping back into that sky thin nature.
Yeah, mobs, MOB.
Listen out, we just go in there, jewelry store, bang on it like that, go to the gas station, sometimes the gas station, jack everything, take all the cigarettes. On camera.
That's a spoiler language. It is spoiling that.
Yeah, but we're gonna tap back into our natural nature. We're gonna go in there, Nike store. When Atlanta was on fire, we getting all the Nikes.
Nike store, right?
We're gonna get all the Nikes out. All the Nikes is gone now. That's the first thing.
If you're gonna make a run, why you gonna get shoes, right?
We ain't
thinking something of value, right?
Well, listen, the Nikes is gone. The Nikes is gone. Big screen TVs in California, they were stopping trains. The train would stop. They were pulling out, and everyone was smiling, having a good time. You can look at all. It's on there. They have big boxes of TVs coming out. So our people, when times get hard, they tap into their what? They tap into their Scythian or their raiding nature. And then Psalms 1 goes, when times get hard, what does Esau do? Oppress people more. Do more pressing. Do more killing. You break that down like about maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago. But everybody goes back to their nature.
Yep. Why do you think Esau out here causing war after war after war after war? Their backs against the wall.
You need something.
And no Russia and China is about to take them over. They've already had plans to break up Russia and turn it into 20 separate provinces and countries. But that's automatic economic growth for the United States. If they can break Russia, America can last another 50 to 100 years, bro. You can just keep putting puppet governors into those different provinces, and they want to break down the country based on their natural resources. So they want to put them in 20 provinces based on what they're naturally rich in: timber, oil, whatever it is. Natural gas, all of it. They want to break it up and split it up so they can sit back and monopolize it and control it to keep their country. Because listen, the funny thing is the only two countries left that are untapped potential that Esau hasn't completely destroyed in this last rotation is Russia and China. When you sit back and read this book called The Grand Chessboard, that's what was pushed. They said the end game for the United States is to take out the Eurasian continent. You take out Eurasia, you have the whole world on lock. And those are the only two countries that have not been completely broken economically. And who are the two countries that's on America's periphery? China and Russia.
And they also got Edward Snowden. That guy escaped. Why do you think he escaped to the Russian bear? They wanted to kill him. This dude was a journalist and he was a hacker and house information. WikiLeaks, right? Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
No,
that's not.
It was a different guy.
Different guy.
But he had a lot of information. And you know what he did? He escaped to the Russians. He's alive to this day. But why did he go there? Because he already knows what's up. He knows that there's a beef between these two factions of Edom. It's like East Coast, West Coast with us. It's like Mexico and across the border with 9.5 tribes. There's always a faction or a split. A house divided against itself shut out what? It's not stand because everybody's competing for resources.
And yeah, you're right. Iran is who they want to, but Iran is locked into that Eurasian continent. They wanted Afghanistan. They got it for the most part. They wanted Afghanistan. They want Iran, China, and Russia. They're not too worried about North Korea. But those three they want a lot. Anyway, let's keep going. Verse 45.
They want Africa too. They want to get back in Africa too.
Yeah, they do. But they kind of have that control. They got those boys. The only reason they're mad about Africa is because Russia's going to Africa.
Yep.
And China, and they're giving a better deal. So it's still about Russia and China. Yep. If I get Russia and China, I can go back to Ham, and I'm going to get those deals again. But let's go.
Pushing the bottom
Verse
line
45. Listen, Hamites in Africa, and you got Haitians in Haiti are walking around with Russian flags out. Hey, they're going out. They really are pushing pro-Russia. But anyway, that's happening. Keep going.
You don't want the rest of it?
Give me 44, yeah.
Okay. I will not cast them away, neither will I abhor them, to destroy them utterly and to break my covenant with them.
He says the Most High is not going to break his covenant with Israel, the northern kingdom or the south. He says they're going to be diminished, but he said when they're ready to come back, I'll come back to them. Read on.
For I am the Lord, their power. But I will, for their sakes, remember the covenant of their ancestors, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt, in the sight of the heathen, that I might be their power. I am the Most High. These are the statutes and judgments and laws which the Most High made between him and the children of Israel in Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses.
And this is how you know Moses was a prophet, because this was prophecy. This was hundreds of years down the line. He knew we were going to rise and fall and be down for a long time and eventually come back to him.
You should utterly spoil yourselves.
Utterly, that means hundreds of years. You had a bunch of different names. It was Vikings, it was Visigoths, it was Scythians, it was Celts, it was Indians, it was Haitians. There's all these crazy names you making up besides being Israelites. But anyway, we're going to let that verse go. And I want to go real quick in the book of Tobit, chapter 1, because really Tobit is the only book that you can read about that kind of talks a little bit about how Israel was living in the land of Assyria. This is really the only book you can kind of find. It's in there. So let's get Tobit chapter 1 and verse 1. We're going to read the chapter and then probably should have done after that, because after this we're going to start going to the actual migration patterns and the other books that we have to kind of back it up. So let's do that.
Page 36, the book of Tobit, chapter 1, verse 1. The book of the words of Tobit, son of Tobiel, the son of Anael, the son of Aduel, the son of Gabiel, of the seed of Asiel, of the tribe of Naphtali.
Naphtali got sent out early. Naphtali got sent out during the time of Tiglath-Pileser. So they was already out there for a while. We read that a couple weeks ago. Read on.
Verse 2. Who in the time of Enemessar, king of the Assyrians, was led captive out of Thisbe.
So that changes my statement. They were taken out during Shalmaneser's time. So they might have been Naphtalites that stayed to the very end. Okay? Because the other Naphtalites definitely got shipped out before Shalmaneser. That was Tiglath. So there might have been a few Naphtalites still left. So he says, when it says Enemessar, but that's Greek for Shalmaneser.
Yeah.
Okay, read on.
When the time of Enemessar, king of the Assyrians, was led captive out of Thisbe, which is at the right hand of that city, which is called properly Naphtali and Galilee above Asher.
So there was still, when Tiglath took out Galilee, there must have been a remnant left that still stayed in Galilee. Read on.
I, Tobit, have walked all the days of my life in the way of truth and justice.
And this chapter deals with the fact that there were still 9.5 tribes that were still living honorable in the eyes of the Heavenly Father.
That's good to prove, though.
Yeah.
It's a real good idea to prove, because everybody has this idea that 9.5 tribes just completely went into idolatry.
But you had to be really on point to escape all of the pulls that 9.5 had around. There was nobody really pushing righteousness. So for Tobit to stay righteous in his family, they must have been really great men. God. Read on.
And I did many alms deeds to my brethren and my nation, who came with me to Nineveh, into the land of the Assyrians.
Now this group of men actually posted up in Nineveh and not Halah and all those other different locations. So they was up in Nineveh, and you can see the capital city right there. You can see this path where they were taking people. Haran, Gozan, Nineveh. And they just kept breaking them off and sending them in different groups to different spaces. Okay?
For survival purposes.
Well, and they wanted to sit back and divvy up the people evenly throughout the country.
That makes sense.
Okay? And don't forget, they also took other captives of other countries to Israel. We'll go on to that later on. I didn't want to go on to that today. But let's continue in Tobit.
Verse 4. And when I was in mine own country, in the land of Israel, being but young, all the tribe of Naphtali, my father, fell from the house of Jerusalem, which was chosen out of all the tribes of Israel, that all the tribes should sacrifice there, where the temple of the habitation of the Most High was consecrated and built for all ages. Now all the tribes which together revolted in the house of my father Naphtali sacrificed unto the heifer Baal.
So he's just going back into the history of Israel, and he's like, listen, man, during the time of my forefathers, they split. We split from the south during the time of Jeroboam, obviously, and we started serving Baal after that split happened. Eventually, okay, it was initially the calf. Then it turned into full-blown Baal worship during Ahab's time. Read on.
Verse 6. But I alone went often to Jerusalem at the feast, as it was ordained unto all the people of Israel by an everlasting decree.
So even in Naphtali, there wasn't a lot of people that was going down to Jerusalem for the feast. Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread, tabernacles, the whole nine. Read on.
Having the first fruits and tenths of increase with that which was first shorn, and them gave I at the altar to the priests, the children of Aaron.
So he sat back when he was doing the regular sacrifices that he had to give to the Most High. He was even doing it on that level. He wasn't just coming 3 times a year. He was coming consistently for the offerings. Read on.
The first 10th part of all increase I gave to the sons of Aaron, who ministered at Jerusalem. Another 10th part I sold away and went and spent it every year at Jerusalem.
So he gave up a 10th to give to the Levites, and he gave away another 10th to his people. Well, exactly. He sat back and contributed to Israelites down in the south, however he could. Read on. That was 1/5 of his income he gave up. Read on.
Verse 8. And the third I gave unto them to whom it was meet, as Deborah my father's mother had commanded me, because I was left an orphan by my father.
So he gave another third to the people that he felt was needed, that needed. And he said, because I was an orphan, and he said he wanted to sit back and give to the people who was less fortunate. His whole mantra was giving to people who needed. The Most High obviously gave him a lot in his life. He gave to the priest, which was what you were supposed to do, and you gave another 10th to the people who needed. And then he gave a third of the rest of his money to the people, to the sick,
because he understood what he was going through,
and he understood having nothing.
Yeah, when you're an orphan, you don't get the gifts that everybody else gets. You don't get the comforts everybody gets. Stability that everybody gets. So it just shows you just how compassionate he was, man. How much alms he showed.
He gave a lot of resources up, bro. A lot of resources up to people. Read on.
Verse 9. Furthermore, when I was come to the age of a man, I married Anna of my own kindred, and of her I begat Tobias. And when we were carried away captives to Nineveh, all my brethren and those that were of my kindred did eat of the bread of the Gentiles.
And this is what the Most High was saying about Israel pining away once they left Israel. Once they got to Assyria, they were eating like abominable foods. They were getting into the culture of Assyria. They were eating the wrong foods. They had assimilated themselves to the Assyrian culture. And Tobit said, man, I didn't do that. I didn't assimilate and sell out in Assyria like a lot of my people did. Yeah. This is why they start calling themselves Scythians and Gamarians, start making up all these weirdo names. They started acting different and operating different. That was part of what we read in Leviticus chapter 26.
You can't say you're a
about
Jew.
their pining away process now. And he let them go on their route.
You know what? As a people, we always want to go to Papa Do's and think that's fine dining. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Eating damn squid and shrimp and sea roaches.
Mussels.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Water roaches.
Sea roaches don't
Yeah,
sound awesome.
you know what I'm saying?
That don't sound dope when you say sea roaches.
But that's our people.
That's what it is, though.
It's water roaches, man, ocean roaches.
Right.
So, our people love that, thinking that that's exquisite fine dining to be like the nations.
Lobster and shrimp.
Oh man,
There's songs on it. Lobster and shrimp.
horrible, bro.
Surf and turf.
Horrible.
Yeah.
It's trash, bro.
It is trash.
It's trash. I got,
Escargot.
I got a book I'm bringing out when America first started instituting that that type of eating here in America, and it was only done because it was cheap.
Yeah.
It was in abundance, and
Yeah.
so it was mainly for food's sake. I mean, for money's sake. Just like swine. Swine is a money business.
Yeah.
It's not. They don't give a shit about it. Excuse my language. That it's healthy or not. They just care about
Mass
the fact
producing.
they can make a lot of money off of it. And I'm gonna bring that up in later time though.
They got a documentary too on this.
Yeah, we can bring that up too. Bring it all out.
So now he says Israelites that got sent to Nineveh and these cities in Assyria, they sort of assimilated themselves to their diet, their lifestyle, their society. They were tapping into. Read on.
Verse 11. But I kept myself from eating.
He said, I kept myself from eating this abominable food. I fought to keep my discipline
Integrity.
and my integrity, and I separated myself from these filthy ways.
And that's how you know it wasn't just bread. Because he said at first he said the bread of the Gentiles. He's talking about their customs, their culture altogether. It wasn't just he was just allergic to some wheat. You know what I'm saying? It was gluten free. He was trying to be gluten free. You know what I'm saying?
Hilarious. It wasn't diet.
Yeah, that wasn't the case.
He
He's
took
talking
the
about
paleo diet. It wasn't no paleo diet.
Yeah. Low carb, right?
Yeah, low carb.
No, so that's how you know it's talking about a culture, their lifestyle, and what they indulge in as a whole, not just the bread. It wasn't just talking about bread. What you said.
I love what you're saying, and also you gotta look at the spirit of it. You got kicked out. You got conquered because the Most High did not defend you. Now you go to a new land, and instead of feeling sorry and bad, and I need to go back to the Most High, we go deeper into
When in
negative.
Rome, man. When in Rome.
It's almost a spirit of, you're like, brothers start slipping up in the spirit. If I smoke one cigarette, I might as well smoke the whole pack.
Right.
Yeah.
If I do one sin, I might as well go all out.
All right.
Israel, if we start making mistakes, the condition gives us the justification in our mind to be more intense into the sin. Well, if I already kicked out of my homeland, I might as well go deeper into it. If I already smoke one cigarette, I might as well smoke
The whole pack.
a whole carton. We actually multiply sin
That's correct.
when the Most High checks us, and that was not the intention of the Most High checking, and me and all of us.
And that's what we kept reading the whole time.
And just on that point, Psalms 58, verse 1 and 2.
Psalm chapter 58. Verse 1. Do ye indeed speak righteousness, O congregation?
That's why I asked the question. Do you really speak righteousness? Are we really about righteousness? Like based on what Dalia just brought out, are we really about righteousness? If we say, man, I feel bad for smoking that one, I might as well smoke them all. Then do you really feel bad?
Right.
Obviously you don't. Read on.
Do ye judge uprightly?
He says, but he's going to explain how we look at sin and how we look at negative to know that we don't care, that we really don't care about righteousness. Read on.
O ye sons of men?
Go ahead.
Yea, in heart ye work wickedness.
He said, but the wickedness starts where?
In heart.
He says the wickedness starts in the mind. It's how you look at righteousness. That's our wickedness is how we look at righteousness the wrong way. And he's going to explain. Go ahead. And it's in our judgment. Read on.
Ye weigh the violence of your hands.
And now stop. When you weigh something, how do you weigh something?
Measuring it.
You put it on a what?
Scale.
You put it on a scale. What is the scale for?
To determine what's lighter, what's heavier.
Exactly. A scale is to determine what's heavy or what's light. So what he said, the way we work wickedness is, we become our own judges to say my sin isn't that bad. Well, it was just one cigarette. Oh, it was just a couple of drinks. Oh, I just did this one time. So what are you doing? What are you doing with negative?
You're justifying.
You're justifying it. You're weighing it yourself.
Right.
You don't weigh wickedness based on how the Most High see wickedness. You create your own scale. You pull out, when you do negative, you whip out your own scale and you say, oh, that ain't that bad. Oh, that wasn't, the Most High really don't, he ain't gonna sting me for that shit. You know why? Because you're going off your own scale. You whipped out your own damn judgment. And so read verse 2 again.
Psalms 58:2. Yea, in heart.
That's what he said, in mind. Read on.
Ye work wickedness.
How? Read on.
Ye weigh the violence of your hands.
You dictate how bad your sin is. You tell yourself, that was only like out of 1 to 0 to 10. My sin was I'm gonna say a 5.
Oh.
I'm gonna say that sin was a 3. That was just a 3 because I could have did a 7.
I restrained myself.
But I held myself back and did a 3. You know what I'm saying? It was only a porn show, so that's only a 2. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I just participated in watching porn on the thing, but I didn't participate in it. I watched it, but I didn't do it.
Right. So what am I doing though? I'm weighing my violence. The Most High said this is Israel's biggest mistake, is that you try to determine how bad your sin is versus actually looking at it for sin. Read on.
Ye weigh the violence of your hands.
Go ahead.
In the earth.
Go ahead.
The wicked are estranged from the womb.
They said, but let that go. That's the whole point. He said, this is how a wicked man thinks. You got your own scale that you pull out, and you try to tell the Most High how bad your sin really is. And that's why he said it's in your head.
And be mad too.
Yeah, and be mad when the Most High, you look at it like a 3, but the Most High look at it like a 10.
Yeah.
And be mad why the Most High sting me like a 20.
Yes, Scripture.
He said 7 times the sin.
Yeah, come. We say thou art not even.
Yeah, we feel the Most High is not even.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's continue in Tobit.
Tobit chapter 1 verse 11. But I kept myself from eating, because I remembered the Most High with all my heart. And the Most High gave me grace and favor before Enemanessar, so that I was his purveyor.
A purveyor is someone who provides victuals or whose business is to make provision for the table.
So he was serving them.
He was serving.
Like he was supposed to. And we're not no house slaves over here. Just so you know, you online, we don't relate house slaves. We're not about that. We're about, quote unquote, the struggle. But there's a stupidity in sitting here breaking the Most High's commandment. If he tells you, just wait it out and pay your taxes to fight for the revolution, and you put your kids in slavery, and your grandchildren got to wake up and be Gentiles. That's stupid.
And what you're going to do is see a pattern, whether it's Tobit, it's Daniel, a lot of great men that serve the Most High. Hey, Joseph, there's a lot of great men all throughout the scriptures that served the kings and leaders of great countries, but had the spiritual fortitude not to break the laws of the Most High while being in positions of power and still serving the Most High. That's a lot of times where Israel kind of misses the boat. Israel talks about come out of the world, and we are supposed to come out of the world.
Right.
But can we come out of the world but also know how to operate in the world? Because we're so detached a lot of times, Israel, on how to operate and function in society, that we're like disconnected. We're supposed to be lights that shine in the world, not recluses that stay away from everything. The great men of Israel knew how to serve the Most High, keep their spiritual integrity while operating in this world. Yeah. Tobit had to sit back here and see all kind of negative and defilement happen in the king's court. He was part of the king's court. He was part of Shalmaneser's court. So these Assyrians, when you sit back here and read about the Assyrian Empire, they were into all type of debauchery. They pushed transgenderism to the max. They were into a lot of wickedness. So Tobit had to sit back here and operate as a servant to the king Shalmaneser, while simultaneously keeping his spiritual integrity and not breaking laws and getting weak to the laws of the land.
Getting loose.
The same thing Daniel had to do when he was in Nebuchadnezzar's presence.
Yep.
He had to sit back here, keep his spiritual integrity while being in the court of the king of Babylon, who was about breaking the laws of the Most High. Also, same thing went with Israelites that was functioning in the Greek Empire and the Roman Empire. The Most High was working with people that had the ability to keep their spiritual integrity and operate in society and to the point where they were trusted government officials. Another one was Mordecai.
Yeah.
Mordecai was able to sit back here, keep his spiritual integrity, and still be the number 2 to the king of Persia at the time. He's showing us a pattern of how to operate. Can you operate in the world and still keep your integrity and still keep your beliefs? Those are the ones the Most High works with. It shows a constant pattern of how to operate.
Or I use the excuse, I'm in a filthy world, so I might as well be filthy.
But that's not. But then what we do is, because we don't want us to operate like that, we just completely keep everybody as like social recluses. That's not the solution either.
Right.
The solution is to sit back here and teach the principles that we're supposed to live by and make the choice not to operate like the world. Those are the ones the Most High works with.
But a lot of times we do that because we secretly feel like they have the advantage over us. They're more sophisticated than us. They're more powerful than us. They're better than us. We have that insecurity when it comes to being Hebrews.
Because we don't believe. If you believe, the insecurity leaves.
Yeah.
If I believe and I'm comfortable in who I am as a person for the Most High, it doesn't matter what people do on the outside, what kind of fun they're having, how they're operating. If I'm secure in who I am, I will stick to my position, do right, do my job, be in those high positions of authority, and still keep my integrity. Those examples are all throughout the scriptures, whether it was of Joseph the same way. He didn't lose his integrity. That's why the Most High kept working with him.
Daniel.
That's what I said. I already said Daniel.
Joseph. He wouldn't bow down to the image.
I know.
To the statue.
But he was raised in the court of Nebuchadnezzar as a young man.
Yep.
And he still didn't defy the Most High. Tobit, Daniel, Joseph, you name it. We just talked about Mordecai. The people go on and on and on. He's showing us how to operate. This is the template. Let's continue with Tobit. So he was a purveyor. He supplied goods and services, and he sat back here and supplied the king's table. Read on.
Verse 14. And I went into Media.
So he's like the middleman.
Yeah.
Listen, so Tobit is the middleman. He's getting the king what he wants. He's getting the goods and the deals how he wants it done. Read on.
And left in trust with Gabriel, the brother of Gabrias, at Rages, a city of Media.
So he says he went into Media and left in trust with Gabriel, the brother of Gabrias, at Rages, a city of Media. Rages or Rages was one of the cities that we were sitting back here, the northern tribes were posted at in Media. Rages, he said we were up in Nineveh. The scripture says we was in Halah and Habor. These are all the cities near Gozan River. There was a bunch of different outposts that Israel was situated when we were in captivity up in Assyria. But Rages is one of them. Read on.
At Rages, a city of Media, 10 talents of silver. Now when Enemanessar was dead, Sennacherib, his son, reigned in his stead, whose estate was troubled, that I could not go into Media.
So what he's also showing you is what? Right after Shalmaneser died, Sennacherib came into power, and there was trouble. Why is that? Now I'm not a super historian on Assyrian culture, but I do know Shalmaneser and Sargon were brothers fighting for power in Assyria. So that means there was already trouble in paradise.
Wow.
There was already civil wars and infighting going on in the land. So that also lets you know, if Shalmaneser, right after he died, there was chaos in the kingdom, it opens the door for what? Rebellion. It opens the door for the tribes to escape. But it opens the door for the 9.5 tribes to get out.
Yeah.
That's kind of, you have to read into it to kind of see, hey, there's infighting. Now, Tobit at one time had the freedom to operate from Nineveh all the way to the lines of Media. Now there's issues in the kingdom. Maybe the people of the Media aren't allowing the Assyrians to come back and forth anymore, or maybe the Assyrian kingdom is split in two realms. Maybe Sargon's kid has jurisdiction on one side of the kingdom, and Shalmaneser's kid has jurisdiction on the other side of the kingdom. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of weakness happening.
You see that during the Civil War, when we were able to at least escape to the north, because they didn't necessarily agree with the southern type of slavery.
You better go to the north. You better get to Detroit. You better get to Detroit.
Hit that Underground Railroad, man. Get out of there.
Yes, sir.
Because yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask. Earlier, you had mentioned that when the 9.5 they went to Diaspora and they went to Scythia and they became Scythians.
No, they didn't go into Scythia. All of a sudden, you look into history. They talk about Scythians. They talk about Sumerians or Cimmerians. They talk about their their origins started happening around 700 BC, and they don't have any other known records of these Scythians or these Cimmerians before 700 BC. So all of a sudden they just pop on the scene. But I was going to go into it more, and now it's going to be 2 weeks from now. So it's not even going to be next week because we didn't even get to Native Americans. But you're going to read about in the historical records of the Assyrian Empire that there was a fighting between the tribes of Urartu, which is kind of they're operated right in between the Black and Caspian Sea, and there were some people that ended up coming out of nowhere taking these guys out. And then after they took out the Urartu people, they were all of a sudden you hear about the Scythian Empire, and then they start going up north to Russia, and then then all of a sudden their origin story kicks in from there. And then you got people coming from the west who were named Cimmerians. And anyway, I'll go into all that later, but these origin stories kick in right simultaneously as Shalmaneser dies, and when his son comes into power, the empire is weak. The Most High just said in Isaiah, I got to find a verse, that the Most High was going to wipe out the Assyrian Empire very soon. So the Assyrian Empire wiped out before 586 happened. So within the 600s, the Assyrians fell apart. There's already infighting amongst them after Shalmaneser dies. So it opens the door for these slaves to start finding freedom and start escaping these little holding cells, these little prison camps, these little cities. I can't even say it's a prison camp. They're just cities where they were plopped in. So all of a sudden you can put two and two together, that as the Assyrian Empire is weakening and Israel starts getting their bearings together, then they start making ways to try to get out of this place and do their own thing.
So at that point, did they forget that they were Israelites? Like, why not the hell just go back south and go home?
That's why we read in Leviticus. The Most High, they kept sinning. And the Most High start disconnecting themselves from the Most High more and more. We just read, they got to Assyria and started eating the bread of the Gentiles. They started going deeper into sin.
All right.
They started going deeper and assimilating themselves to different cultures.
So they assimilated and then they forgot who they were.
Yes, they started assimilating. They started doing Assyrian things.
Right.
So now they had remnants of the Israelite culture coming out there. Then they had remnants of worshiping of idols. Then they started living like Assyrians.
Okay.
Then they started leaving and started acclimating and just taking on different cultures and mindsets as they kept evolving. But this verse, after Shalmaneser dies, is showing you rifts in the kingdom, instability. And when there's instability, now I got to fight to keep the kingdom together. Forget these slaves. Forget these casualties of war.
Yeah.
They're not the focus anymore. So anyway, just understand that. So give me verse 15 again.
Tobit chapter 1, verse 15. Now when Enemeneser was dead, Sennacherib, his son, reigned in his stead, whose estate was troubled, that I could not go into Media. And in the time of Enemeneser, I gave many alms to my brethren, and gave my bread to the hungry.
So what it's showing you is Tobit was, wherever he was at, he was successful. Wherever he was at, he found ways to make money. He found angles to sustain himself and his family. He was always a bright-minded guy. He was industrious, but he always took his excess. He always took his monies and finances and spread it out to people who need it, because he never forget he was an orphan and how he was treated when he was an orphan. So he always made that time to commit to other people and to take care of his people who were less fortunate. Read on.
And on a spiritual level, I hate to be like this guy, but on a spiritual level, also, this means the things that you experience in your life that you deem unfair, and the things in your life that happen to you, and experiences you went through, the experiences that you went through, everybody uses their experiences that they suffered.
This is why I'm selfish.
As their motivation. This is why I do this, because I went through this, and these set of circumstances for this many years. This is the reason why I'm living this way, or this is the reason why I take from others. This is the reason why I'm to myself. This is the reason why I don't give credence to the Most High. He wasn't there for me when I was here. He wasn't there for me when I was going through this. He wasn't there for me when I was suffering that. So you know what? Let me go deeper into feeding myself and we always say self-soothing, all that stuff.
We teach a lot of people that come from the world and parents didn't help them, they didn't nurture them. So they develop this taking mindset. They take and they take and they take and they take. You know what? If you really got a good spirit and you really about the Most High, Toby was an orphan. Nobody cared about him.
He didn't use that as an excuse
to not give and to be selfish. He sat back here, wasn't considered, but he understood what he went through, and he made sure he didn't put other people through what he went through.
The scriptures say, do not thou to another which thou hatest. So if you hated how the world treated you, then why would you hate on somebody else?
Because that's my excuse to sit back and step on toes till I feel like I redeem myself.
I get to be cold-hearted?
Because people treated me cold. This is how we do. But once again, the Most High shows us what great men do and how they are. And then we see the examples of people that don't want to be great in Christ. And that's the difference. Read on. We're going to finish up after this chapter. We want to kind of just get through it. But once again, this verse 15 shows that very soon after we got acclimated in the city, there were rifts in the kingdom. And when there's rifts in the kingdom, there's opportunities to escape. But let's keep reading.
Verse 16. And in the time of Enemessar, I gave many alms to my brethren, and gave my bread to the hungry, and my clothes to the naked. And if I saw any of my nation dead, or cast about the walls of Nineveh, I buried him.
So this also shows you that we were out in these countries and we were broke. So this is motivation to get the hell out of Assyria. The people were hungry. People were starving. They didn't have any clothes. They couldn't survive. So don't you think this is a good reason to get the hell out of Nineveh? And then as we go into this class in 2 weeks, you're going to read about the Scythians, one of the first countries that the Scythians came back to wipe out. Guess what city it was? Well, guess what country it was? It took out the Assyrians. The Scythians came back and wiped out the Assyrians. Don't you think there's a reason why they came back at the Assyrians and took them out?
Living in poverty.
Because that was the place that put them in captivity in the first place. So these quote-unquote new Scythian guys came out of nowhere just to go bust up the Assyrian Empire? No, they had a grudge. They had the grudge to fulfill out. That was what happened. And that's poetic justice. He was the same people that they wiped out as Israelites to come back and take them out. But we'll go into that in a couple of weeks. Let's keep going.
Verse 18. And if the king Sennacherib had slain any when he was come, and fled from Judea, I buried them privily. For in his wrath he killed many.
So we know that the Most High talks about that the person has to be buried before the sun goes down. That was the law. So he was like, I'm going to sit back and take care of the poor, and I'm going to make sure these dead men aren't eaten by damn scavengers and rotten flesh on the land.
Contaminates the land.
And defiles the land. I'm also like, I'm going to sit back and take care of my people. And that's what Tobit did on his off time. This guy was a straight giver.
Wow. Awesome.
You know, that's after he sat back here and working for the kingship.
So you don't think he was tired?
Well, no doubt.
Digging graves? I dig graves.
I ain't never done it. I know it's a brutal job.
6 feet in New Orleans. We had to do it 6 feet because of water pressure. They're below zero. So anybody that's dead in New Orleans, I did graves at 15. But I had somebody to support me. I was a kid to teach me how to do it, man. And this is overwhelming. Man.
This is a man that was. It's funny. This man was in a high position. He was a high level servant in the kingdom, and he still got his hands dirty with the sick and the regular folk. Tobit was a great man. But let's keep going.
But the bodies were not found when they were sought for of the king. And when one of the Ninevites went and complained of me to the king, that I buried them and hid myself, understanding that I was sought for to be put to death.
So listen, he sat back here and was in a comfortable space in Assyria, and he was taking risk, and now he was on the hook for getting put to death for doing right by his people.
A lot of our people, when we're in captivity in the hands of other nations, they like to use our bodies for experimentation.
Yeah.
They like, and even here in America, there's books that you can find. One of them is called Bones in the Basement, and it's about the University of Georgia that had over 2,000 undocumented slaves that they used to do. They used to dig them back up and exhume them, and they used to do these cadavers, and they would do all this research on them, on the bones. They would do this research and medical experiments on the bodies, and this is without the family's approval. This is without, and this practice wasn't just in Georgia. This practice was in all over this so-called Ivy League schools. They all took the bodies of our people and then did experiments on them without our permission. Took out the organs, diced them up, used their skeletons as examples. Now you go to high schools, they got the plastic skeleton on the wall when they talk about the bones.
Yeah.
No, they were using our bones for real. They were using Native American bones. These are called bones, black so-called Negro bones. They was putting all their bones up and using them for a display. Them skulls, those were real human skulls that came from a slave that didn't have no rights. So a lot of these nations historically, they take your bones and they play with your bones. They experiment with your bones. And so this is Tobit making sure that his peoples, they get a proper respectable burial. Because also you look at how some of these people, they like to make trophies out of you. You know what I'm saying? They like to put your head up on the wall, make a skull rack. Like you got antlers that people like to put up on their house and their walls, like a museum. They like to use us for their trophies. They like to use our body parts for trophies. So this is Tobit being a respectable man to make sure these damn demons don't play with our dead bodies.
Yeah, Geronimo, his skull is dealing with
Skull and bones.
Skull and bones.
But they use his actual skull.
Yeah, like the skull and bone symbol is the real. They got the real Geronimo skull. They refuse to give it back.
Really?
These so-called the order of the skull and bones that all these presidents descend from, Bush and all these other presidents were all members of these secret societies. They have his bones and they have his skull on display as a trophy.
Use it for rituals.
Use it for rituals, whatever. So he's showing you, Tobit is making sure that he don't let these captives defile our bodies even in death, because that's what they did it in America. They do it in every culture. They do it in every civilization. That's how wicked. That's how you know they're demons.
Even in Texas, they got jars with people's hands, fingers, and their parts put in jars. Just they passed down. The grandparents passed down. It was just this is just different time.
Even during slavery, when they hung a Negro, they would often chop his body up, and the people that came out to witness the picnic, they all took a piece from him. They'll take a finger, they'll take a toe, they'll take an ear, they'll take his nose, and they passed his body out to the spectators to witness the picnic, and they took him home as trophies. Yeah, a little piece of the picnic. So that's where when you look at it, when you really dive into it, like I said, there's books on it, there's research on it. There's another book called Pound of Flesh. There's another book called Bad Blood. There's another book called Bad Blood, Pound of Flesh. What's this one more? Where they experiment with with radiation. No, it's Medical Apartheid is another book. Medical Apartheid is a great book, but It's one more where they experiment with radiation. They play with your body. But anyway,
Plutonium files?
yeah, plutonium boys. Plutonium boys is what they call
Boys?
it. Yeah, plutonium boys. Yeah. So they play with you, dead or alive. They play with your body, experiment with it. Tobit is making sure they don't play with these bodies. Why are they so mad that he's burying the body?
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
You're right.
Why are they so angry? Why are they gonna put him to death because he burying his people?
Because they want to do something. They want to defile those bodies.
They do.
And I'm telling you, I didn't want to go into it heavily online, but they were doing a lot of wicked things in that country. They were doing a lot of wicked ceremonies. They were defiling children. They were defiling little boys, little girls. It was wicked. So, you know.
When you look at the Assyrian gods, Inanna, that's the Babylonian equivalent of Ishtar.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Marduk, Enlil, Enki.
They're doing all those sacrifices.
They're doing the same sacrifices that the Babylonians do. That's why a lot of times you read the Assyrian culture, you hear Assyro-Babylonian or Babylonian-Assyrian.
Wow.
Like they go together. Their deities go together. Their worship go together. They just got a different name for different gods, just like the Greeks and Romans.
Babylonian absorbed a lot of their culture.
Huh.
Yeah. All of his facts. So it makes even more sense. They were defiling those bodies out. And that was why they were so mad, and they told the king. So now the king, the new king, not Shalmaneser, but Sennacherib finds out, and now he's on the run. Now he's literally on the run for doing that which is right. And read on, you're going to read about how they seize his property out. Read on.
Verse 20. Then all my goods were forcibly taken away.
Brother, this is what happens when you do the right thing. Sometimes you're going to lose. Huh?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to take a hit for doing that which is right. And this is what, and you can't get mad at the Most High that you lose for doing that which is right.
Right.
He did the right honorable thing, and all his money, all his resources is gone. Read on.
2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 23.
$2.23.
Yes, sir.
2nd Ezra chapter 2 verse 23. Wheresoever thou findest the dead, take them and bury them.
You said you find dead bodies of your people. You're supposed to do what?
Take them and bury them.
You're supposed to take your people. You're not supposed to leave your people's bodies on the ground. Go ahead, above the ground. Read on.
And I would give thee the first place in my resurrection.
So is that not a good deed to the Most High? God. He said, I give you. There's a list of things. We just read the last one, but there's a list of things the Most High said. In the resurrection, I give you the first place in my resurrection, because you were considerate of my people, even in death. All right, so you let that go back to Torah.
That's one of the say that's 2:23. That's one of the laws. That's one of the laws in Leviticus too. Talks about that. So 2 and 23 for everybody online. Let's continue.
Verse 20. Then all my goods were forcibly taken away. Neither was there anything left me beside my wife Anna and my son Tobias.
That's crazy. You started from scratch. You had nothing left in your name for doing the right thing.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
But that's how the Most High determines where your love and faith towards Him is.
Right.
Are you going to do the right thing, even when it doesn't benefit you?
Right.
That's how all of us get tested and challenged.
Right.
But he had great faith, so he had to get hit hard to even start shaking his faith to test him. Read on.
Verse 21. And there passed not 55 days before 2 of his sons killed him, and they fled into the mountains of Ararat.
That means after 55 days, 2 of that king Sennacherib's kids killed him.
Killed who?
Sennacherib, the king of Assyria.
Okay.
Once again, it's showing you Assyria's falling apart. The Most High prophesied them falling apart. So Sennacherib, after 55 days of him taking everything from from Tobit, besides his rib and kid, 2 of Sennacherib's kids killed him. Read on. And they fled into the mountains of Ararat. Read on.
And Sarchedonus, his son, reigned in his stead, who appointed over his father's accounts and over all his affairs, Ahiecarus, my brother, Anael's son.
So now he says, they put another person over the affairs to be that underling guy, that purveyor. Right. And it was Achiacharius, you said it better than me, my brother Aniel's son. Read on.
And Achiacharus entreated for me. Excuse me. And Achiacharus entreating for me, I returned to Nineveh.
So it was phenomenal. It was the Most High eradicated that guy in 55 days. And then the Most High put it in the spirit of the next guy in power to bring up a guy that he knew. And that guy spoke in his behalf and got him back in Nineveh. It didn't take very long. You know why? Because obviously Tobit was in the right spirit. And the Most High honored that.
Took it like a G.
And he took it 55 days of being, he was homeless, bro.
Yeah.
He was homeless and on the run. They were trying to kill him. So not only, you got to have your rib and your kid on the run too, That's hella crazy. It's one thing for you to be running out. Right. You got to have your kids out in the streets running out and your rib running the streets out.
Hiding
out, that sucks. But keep going out.
Now Achiacharus was cupbearer and keeper of the signet, and steward and overseer of the account.
That's phenomenal. So he had major power, and that guy was connected to Tobit.
He got promotion.
Well, that wasn't Tobit, but that guy got brought up.
That's
but,
nephew.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And he looked after Tobit. But read on.
And Sarchedonus appointed him next unto him, and he was my brother's son.
So I'm not going to go into the rest of the book. You should read it on your own. I just want to kind of show the life of Israel. This chapter in this book kind of is the only writing that kind of connects the northern kingdom to Assyria. There's no other type of records that talk about how we operated in the country. But what we can pull from Tobit 1 is that a lot of our people were acclimating themselves like the Assyrians. 1. 2, a lot of our people were hungry, didn't have clothes, weren't fed, couldn't take care of themselves. They were suffering. And in 3, immediately after Shalmaneser died, the kingdom started falling apart. So with that being said, if the kingdom was falling apart, they were ripe for the 9 tribes to escape and make their run for it. Does that make sense? So with that, we will leave class, because if we can leave it on the tone of Israel being ripe for a takeover, or not even necessarily a takeover, but for escape, then next week we'll go on to where they escaped to. Yeah. Because chapter 1 deals with the fact that the empire was weak, the kingdom was changing hands pretty often. Mm-hmm. We read about Shalmaneser taking out Israel, but according to history, Sargon II brags about taking out the Israelites and sending them back to Assyria. So it was Shalmaneser and Sargon, who were brothers, who did a joint task of taking Israel up north. But that beef between those two brothers, you can see, kept fueling after they died. And the kingdom was weakened because it was split in 2. And with that weakness, like I said, opened the door for Israel to go through the Euphrates and get to the Americas, and also for other portions of the Israelites to leave from that land of Media to work their way up north to the Caucasus, and eventually through the Caucasus to East Russia, or Russia and eastward, and then going over through Ukraine and going westward.
That makes sense.
It does. And then you have certain portions that went out towards Turkey. So it kind of gives an idea of how we left and how we started our escape out of the country of Assyria. Next week we're going to be focusing on 2nd Ezra 13, verse 40 through 46, and how we went to the land of Arsareth. We'll focus on Arsareth next week, and then the week afterwards we'll hopefully go into the Scythians and the Cimmerians and eventually the Celts and the Vikings. Yes.
I need to ask a question. What can I name this class? I just put Split Kingdom / Sabbath? Or
the class call was Sabbath reading the 9 tribes Diaspora.
9 tribes what?
Diaspora. That's a fancy term for us traveling everywhere.
Okay.
But really, you can't say 9.5 with Levi not going.
But you say 9.5 for clickbait, so that's what people look at. They look at 9.5. people sit back when they think of the Diaspora, they think of 9.5. But now we know it was really 9.1. How about that? Like 9.1 Diaspora. You might have had a couple like Levites sprinkled in there that wanted to be wicked at. You might have 0.1 Levi.
I
would be up here chilling. So you might have had 9.1 sprinkled around there. Right? Y'all understand? Y'all got it?
Right.
All right. Any questions? I know we're a little later than normal, but I thought it was good at least to start this off. Okay. Israel Amajim, Wapanyak, Yerushalayim. Jerusalem. Yes, sir. Okay. Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us right now. Send Micah Allah. And the righteous angels. To watch over. Bless. Heal. Protect. And make strong. The people of Yasharallah. Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Birthday held by Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Birthday held by Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Birthday held by Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Birthday held by Shem Yahushai.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh. To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad for thy works.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh. How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh. Art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies. O Yahweh. For lo thy enemies. Shall perish. All the workers of iniquity. Shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see. My desire on my enemies. And my ear shall hear. My desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama'ayawa.
Hama'ayawa.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tawa. Wama. Na'ayam. Shabbat. Akim. Gum. Yachad. Hasheman. Hatawab, Ayo, Hara'ash, Yaran, Ayo, Hazakwan, Zakwan, Aharan, Shayaran, Ayo, Hayah, Hanawakiwa, Kator, Karamwan, Shayaran, Ayo, Haroria, Shazayawan, Kayab, Sham, Tazawab, Yahweh, Habaraka, Hayayam, Harwalam, Basham Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirt of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroy. Rabiat. Support.
Turn.
Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroy. Rabiat. Support. Turn. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Rachel. Rashroy. Rabiat. Support. Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushua. Rachel. Support. Barak Yahweh, 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 all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, all power from Yahweh, B'Hashem Yahushua, the water from Yah. Circle up.
All right, what we did, we asked the Most High in the name of Christ to bless us, Barak Lanawa, and all the house of books scattered around the four corners of the earth.
We gotta make space.
And then, come in, circle up. And so we asked the Most High in the name of Christ to bless us and all the house of books that teach us truth throughout the four corners of the earth. And the scripture says that we greet one another with the holy kiss. So what we're going to do is ask the Most High in the name of Christ to bless brothers, and they're going to actually return that blessing back to us. Then we're going to ask the sisters to stand and ask the Most High to bless and watch over the sisters, and they're going to return that blessing back to us. All right?
That's what I do it today. I got you.
Cover. All right.
New people.
Saluting out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Yahushua, Yahshua, Men of Israel, Muslim, Ruh.
Yahweh Yes, what's up? Dismiss.
Nope.
Don't turn to face.
I'm so sorry. Turn to face sisters. Salakia. Ma'am Shabbat. A bad job. Well, turned up.
Saluting out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Muslim, Rock.
Yashbatah. Explain what we said.
Yeah, we asked they asked the Most High to bless and watch over the sisters. Shamar Alatah, to watch over you all, and in the name of Christ. And that's what we asked the Most High to do for the sisters, and they return that blessing back to us.
Okay, Israel dismissed. All out. We'll explain. We'll show you guys Hebrew packets. You know, if you guys want to, look at it. Yeah. But Israel, Tawada for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next Monday. It's Monday coming up. Shalom.